This conference will now be recorded.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. If there's anybody that arrives later, welcome to join in. I want to welcome you all to the annual IHEC Spring Affiliate Meeting. This year, it is a little non-traditional because of the circumstances going on in just the world in general right now. So I appreciate everybody joining us today and kind of being flexible and willing to work with us so that we are still able to present this for you. Today, we will go ahead with the agenda. We'll try to stay really close to what we had planned. Of course, we are trying to be flexible as well with people's schedule. We did in the agenda put a couple different break times to allow you to still take care of things that you might need to do during the day. We know this is a long day through virtual means, so we're trying to work with everybody regarding that. So once again, I really appreciate everybody attending today and trying to work us in. So thank you for that. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. I see that you guys, I'm getting it through the chat. Are you guys able to unmute and speak to? I just want to make sure.
I can hear you. This is Aaron.
Okay, all right. Was just testing to make sure that all the affiliates and attendees would be able to join in at question and answer time so that you would be able to hear everyone when they had questions, so we can make this more interactive today. I think that would be great since we're, virtual and want to make it more personal today. So, and you guys can turn on your mics. Perfect. Okay, that's all I needed. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and announce our speaker, and today's presentation is going to be on rising collegiate drug trends and what we can do about it. I think this will be a great benefit to all of us. And thank you so much, Dr. Weiner, for being here today. We've had him before present for us, and he did a wonderful job in a webinar format. So I hope you all enjoy it as much as we have in the past. So we're looking forward to that today. My name is Aisha, and I'll be your moderator, and I am also the Assistant Director of the Illinois Higher Education Center for Alcohol and Other Drug and Violence Prevention. And I really am excited about today's event. So thank you so much for being here. We are using a different platform today. We are using GoToMeeting instead of GoToWebinar, which is what we typically use. So this is a little bit different, so I'd like to apologize in advance if there's any technical difficulties. We will do our very best to work those out. So far, we're doing pretty good, I think. So I think it'll be a good day. If you need to leave for a moment, we understand. We are going to have a few breaks, like I said earlier. And if you need to, we are recording this, so we should be able to provide it to anybody that missed anything for meetings or anything like that. Okay, we do ask you to remain muted during the presentation unless you have a question, which I believe Dr. Weiner has put in place different times that you would announce questions to be asked. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll ask for questions after each section, and I can see the chat to the side of my slides.
Perfect.
Although I might actually minimize that so that it's not distracting for everybody. But yes, I'll ask for questions after each section.
Okay, great. All right. Well, if nobody has any questions right now, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over. All right. Aaron? I'm going to share the screen. I'm sorry, right before I do that, I just want to go ahead and give you guys a couple of announcements. I apologize, Aaron. I'll go through these really fast.
Quite all right.
We do want to let you guys know that IHEC is still offering consultation visits free of charge, and I have the website on here. I will come back to it later if somebody needs to write it down or anything. And we also have more webinars, and we are going to be going towards that for the rest of our contract year. So we won't be having any more in-persons. We will convert all of those to webinars. And this is today's agenda. So as you can see, we did put some breaks in, and we have lunch put in there and everything. So I did email these agendas to everyone as well. So if anybody needs that, just message me and I'll get that to you as well. All right, Aaron, I think we are ready. Thank you for bearing with me.
All right, no problem. I just muted myself, but I meant to unmute myself. All right, so I am now going to share my screen, and hopefully this will work just fine. Perfect. So let's see here. It looks like you're getting my menu on the bottom when ideally you're not going to see my menu on the bottom. So let's see if I can just do something a little different. There we go. I think that worked a little bit better. All right, well, thank you everybody for joining today who was able to attend. And again, I know it's kind of a crazy time right now in terms of the adaptations that we're needing to make. I am, as Aisha mentioned, the Director of Addiction Services at Linden Oaks Behavioral Health. We're a psychiatric hospital and outpatient network located in the western suburbs of Chicago, based out of Naperville. And I was fortunate enough to do a webinar earlier in the year, or maybe it was late last year, on a similar topic, but that was an hour. And I think today we've got somewhere in the vicinity of 4 to 4.5 hours worth of content. So we're going to do the extra plus version plus some additional topics on top of that. But the plan for today is going to be this. On the first half of it, we're going to talk more informationally about what's going on right now with drugs in college, and what are the factors at play, what are the politics involved in this. I'm passionate about speaking on this topic because I feel that there is a unique aspect to addiction where someone is actually selling it. Where, you know, when you look in other ends of behavioral health, people don't sell depression, they're not selling anxiety, they're not selling PT. I mean, I guess maybe haunted houses are selling anxiety, but for the most part, nobody is selling it. But they are an addiction, and that creates a very unique sort of interplay between money and health, and sacrificing one for the other potentially. And it's led to a massive gap in terms of the understanding of the general public on these issues and the medical community on these issues. And I try to do my best to serve as a bridge so that if you're not reading all of these articles, if you're not immersed in that world, I can help bring you over there. So hopefully you'll be able to pick up something that's useful to you in terms of the work that you're doing on a daily basis. And so that will be the first portion of the presentation. We'll be talking about all the different facets of that. After we take our lunch, hopefully we'll be done with the first part. If not, we'll finish it up. But the second part of the presentation is more, well, and so what do we do about this in terms of projects and evidence-based approaches to working with substance use and substance use disorders at the collegiate level. And so we'll do a review of the literature there, talk about some principles. I have some specific ideas and apps that I'll show you as well for you to consider if you think that they would be useful for you. And then also in the second half, and this is where it's going to be useful that we all have mics, One of the things that I've found has been incredibly useful in some of my work here in the Chicago area is, I guess to go on a brief tangent, I've done a lot of work with the opioid epidemic and hospital system-based responses to the opioid epidemic, and some of the most impactful meetings I've had have been where a bunch of smart people from a lot of places all working on the same thing get into the same room and share their ideas that have been excellent. And so we'll have an opportunity in the afternoon to share what's worked, and what you're excited about and what your projects are, because we've had a lot of success at my health system in terms of really being early adopters of some of the most forward-leaning practices in the opioid epidemic, and none of the ideas that we've put into place have been original. They've all been listening to others, networking with others, hearing what's going on, and then saying, "Yeah, now how do we do that here?" And so we'll have a space for that in the afternoon. That can be, well, we'll probably put a max cap on that depending on how much time we have left at that point. And if nobody is excited about anything, that's okay too. It can be a quick moment as well. But I think it's a marvelous opportunity that we have, and I'd hate to let that pass us by. So that being said, let's go ahead and dive in. Um, the topics that we're going to talk about today in terms of the drug trends are going to be starting with vaping, so e-cigs and vaporizers. Then we'll move into marijuana, which is a very hot topic right now, particularly in Illinois, but certainly across the country. And then we'll end with a substance you may or may not be as familiar with, kratom, but is an up-and-coming substance right now that is definitely worth being aware of. And I think what we've been through in this country with these first two substances is very instructive in terms of what to look for and how society is reacting to the third. So that being said, let's dive in. So we are going to start with vaping. So uh, going down just to the very beginning, e-cigs and vape pens, what are these things? They are a device to heat a substance and create a vapor. So at its core, um, a vape device is a way to extract a chemical from a larger substance. So um, if you're ever trying to get a chemical out of a substance, you have to release it somehow. You could eat it, and when you eat it, your stomach acid breaks it down, it's absorbed through your stomach lining, and that's how you get it out. You could smoke it, like we do with cigarettes, where you take the substance and you light it on fire, and the chemical is released through the combustion. What vaping is essentially heating something up to the point that it releases the chemical as an aerosol, but below the point at which it lights on fire, below the point of combustion. Hence the idea of vaping. Vapor is kind of a misleading term. Technically, the word for it is aerosol, but aerosoling doesn't sound quite as nice as vaping. And vaping also invokes these ideas of water and mist and health, which is very helpful if you're trying to lower the perceived risk of vaping, and sell more vape pens. It's worth bringing this up early because it'll be a recurring theme throughout this presentation. When it comes to the addictive substance world, there is an axiom that's always been this way, and that's that the lower the perceived risk is for a substance, the more people are going to use it. So basically, the less risky they think it is to take that drug, the more they are going to use that drug. And so if you are in the business of selling it, it very much behooves you to have the public think that your product is as harmless as you possibly can. And if you've worked with college students, you've worked with young people talking about vaping, I think you probably know a lot of these tropes already, right? There's like, it's always just flavoring and water. It's safe. It's not cigarettes, or so much better for you. There's a lot of these tropes that will come out of their mouth that is basically just regurgitating selling points from the industry, and they don't know that that's what's going on, and that they're basically buying a slogan. But that is what's going on. So this idea of perceived risk versus sales is an important one to think about as we go through the first half of our presentation today. But that is what vape pens are for, and when you break it down, they all have similar parts, just different form factors. Some of them have these large tanks, as you can see in that picture there on the right. Uh, Some are more like sticks, like you can see there in the middle, all the ones that are different colors. They can, of course, get very tiny, and we'll talk more about Juul in a minute. Juul is, of course, just another type of e-cigarette. But essentially, they all work the same basic way, where you've got a battery on the bottom that you can turn on either with a switch or with inhaling. When you inhale, it can complete the circuit. This particular one, you can also see that you can adjust the resistance on the device. So basically, the lower the resistance, the faster it heats up, and that actually affects um, the thickness, the experience you have with the vapor itself. Then this is a nicotine vape pen, and you know that because it means a liquid. So it's got that liquid tank in there. That either you have the liquid tank that you refill out of a vial, or you have disposable cartridges that you stick in, or you have entire disposable units themselves. And we'll go look at a few of those in just a second. Um, but in this one, you fill up the tank. It's titrated up to that heating coil through those 4 wicks that you can see along the top there, and up to that heating coil where it's heated up and then inhaled up through the mouthpiece. And there's different ways that these are designed, but at their core, they're all the same basic thing. And that's what you're looking at here. So in terms of different types of vaping, wet and dry vaping refers to nicotine versus THC vaping. So again, you've got these refillable or closed chambers. Cartridges are the ones that are closed systems that you throw out after they're spent. And then THC vape pens that are designed to receive it are a little bit different. The main difference is if you look down in the middle there, right above the battery, there's a ceramic heating chamber, and so that's really the difference. You put the solid substance in there, and it's heated in that chamber, rather than having a tank that you fill up with liquid. If you haven't heard of dabbing, or if you've heard of dabbing, not the dance, but the act of using drugs, that's what this is. So dabbing is literally taking a dab of THC concentrate, which is what the pictures are there in the bottom. You can see there's this very waxy substance. It can be called a number of things: concentrate, wax, butter, shatter. There's a lot of different names for it, but essentially it's very highly potent THC extracts that can be up to 95% pure. It can get extremely strong. One of the issues is that we're having actually with marijuana right now is that the THC formulation that is the most harmful to the developing mind, which college students still have, where your brain is not done developing until you are 25. Um, the most harmful are these really intense concentrates, and these vape pens have made it so much easier for young people to use them. I think in the second portion of this first half, when we talk about marijuana more specifically, um, I've got a picture of the previous apparatus that you had to use. But one of the aspects of this perfect storm is that you've got you've got this delivery system that makes it easy to hurt yourself. Um, it's kind of like maybe at some of your colleges. I remember, so I did my grad school at University of Illinois, and there was quite the bar scene there. And I remember you would walk by some of these bars and you'd look at their drink specials, and it would be like quarter shot night or something. And it's like, man, you really like you shouldn't be able to kill yourself with alcohol with less than a 20, like, or something. It's just amazing what they do and how harmful that can be. And this is the same sort of thing where they've made it so easy to hurt yourself, and that's part of why we're starting to see an uptick in the negative ramifications of THC use. So let's talk about Juul for a second, because any conversation about vaping really has to include Juul, because they really set the trajectory for the entire vaping epidemic, as it were, certainly with youth use, for the first few years. And although the winds might be changing a little bit now because of some regulations and lawsuits and congressional scrutiny, they play a huge part in this narrative. So what Juul is, again, it's a type of e-cig and vape pen that uses cartridges. Previously, they had all the flavors that you now see in different devices. Now, since they actually did act about a month or two before the federal ban, although it was under threat of the ban, removed all flavors except for nicotine, or rather tobacco flavors and menthol, so that it mirrors cigarettes. So there's not quite as many flavors that you can buy right now, but part of why they just absolutely capture the market, and what you're seeing here is that at last I checked, they still actually were at about 75% of the market. It'll be interesting to see what happens now that the ban on flavored cartridges is taking effect. But they just shot up in terms of just strangling the market. Here's another way to look at it. This was between 2016 and 2018. There's the e-cigarette market held by Juul, and then everybody else down there, and they just continued to ascend up around 75. Now this was not a mistake actually, and this was part of their patent application actually, was they were pointing out that they developed a new way of delivering nicotine through an e-cigarette where it hit the nicotine. There's basically this nicotine spike in your blood that's stronger than a cigarette. You can see that. That's the second line down, and a lot stronger than earlier e-cigarettes. What they were finding was that I believe it was 1 out of 8 people who smoked or used an e-cigarette before Juul would continue to use it. With Juul, it was 3 out of 5. It was 60%. And so it was this tremendous increase. And they were, this Reuters article that I pulled this graph from, and I've got cited up there in the top right, really interesting read. They were also mentioning in there that Juul was warned that although this might be, enough of a chemical hit to pull someone away from a cigarette, it would be extremely potent to someone who never smoked at all, like kids. And that was an argument that was disregarded. It also detailed in this article that it was brought to their attention that they might want to put in a nicotine, like a usage kill switch, so that someone could only use the device so many times in a day before it would cut the user off. That was also something that they disregarded. And so there's a lot of raised eyebrows about what happened now that we're looking back on this. And part of it's because there were a lot of deceptive practices used. And in particular, the kind of the old rope-a-dope of saying one thing and then doing a complete other. So they were vocal about saying that they didn't want teenagers to use their product, but the Truth Initiative did a study about a year and a half ago now that found that teens were 16 times more likely to use Juul than older age groups. So if you think about this for a second as like a business, which it is, if 16 out of 17 people who uses your product as a teenager and they stopped using your product, you would go belly up. You could not handle that. And this has always been the way that these companies operate, where to give you another example, the alcohol industry. There was a really, really fascinating study that came out a number of years back now, but they found that 75% of the alcohol industry's profits come from the top 10% of alcohol consumers. These are the people drinking 10 or more drinks per day. Those are the people who provide 75% of the revenues. And so, 10 or more drinks a day is clearly a lot. And so you might hear the phrase drink responsibly from Budweiser, but Budweiser would not exist without alcoholism. Coors would not exist without the disease to support it. And so it's this very tenuous line that's walked. Now, part of what's difficult to reconcile about what's happened with the vaping industry is that we've known for years that flavors hook kids. You show this picture, I show this picture to kids. They've never seen anything like they've never seen this before, because we banned flavored cigarettes like this in 2009 because we knew that they appealed to children and young people. This is how you get people onto tobacco. You flavor it like something fruity or sweet, then they start liking it, but then they're hooked on the nicotine and they can't stop. And so that was something that we did over a decade ago. And so all these folks making these flavors, they truly knew what they were up to for quite some time. And again, this Reuters article did a great job of laying it out, of flavors used by high school students in the previous 30 days between 2017 and 2019. And you can see that the fruit category was the top. Menthol or mint is growing and also high, although that is much more skewed towards mint than menthol. Candy or dessert is just another tick down, and then other is very low, particularly in 2019. Other, of course, includes tobacco. So high school students are not trying to simulate using a cigarette. They're trying to simulate candy and fruit, by and large, and that's what's been driving this. Um, so getting back to Juul again for a second, and their claims that they don't want young people to use. This is what their early ads looked like. And I pulled this from a really great article from the New York Times, Did Juul Lure Teenagers and Get Customers for Life? Really interesting read as well. But when you look at the models in these pictures, and you ask yourself, do these look like 55-year-old chain smokers? Or do these look like young people? Or people that young people would look up to? Because that's how teenagers work. Um, the answer is that these do not look like 55-year-old chain smokers. Not even a little bit. Not the colors, not the design. I mean, goodness, like if you look in the bottom right there, I don't think anyone wears ripped jeans over the age of like 22 anyway. They like max. So like this was clearly directed at a certain market. There was a congressional hearing back in July that found that Juul went into a ninth grade classroom, called this device totally safe, and they also spent over $200,000 on social media influencers. And again, like if you're trying to get it like the 40 and up demo, you're not going on Snapchat, you're not going on TikTok. Like that's not where you need to be. And but they were. So again, you get the ball rolling down the hill, and then it starts to careen out of control. Now, part of where these tactics came from, and just something again to know about the company, is that Marlboro, the massive big tobacco conglomerate that owns Marlboro, Altria, bought into Juul Labs at $13 billion in December of 2018. And it's worth mentioning as well, actually, that a longtime Altria executive is now their CEO, because the CEO of Juul Labs stepped down once they started having all this testimony and lawsuits going on, and he was actually replaced by someone from Altria. So quite literally, Big Tobacco owns a massive stake in Juul. And it makes sense, right? These are the nicotine salesmen, so they're moving to what's trending and popular right now. But what really blew my mind, and I think just in my mind is just instructive of what's going on here, is that there were actually plenty of employees at Juul who did not want to quite literally sell out to big tobacco. And so if you look at the date on this, it says December 20th, 2018 on that NPR article. The very next day, and I was just, again, pulling these headlines from the news, every single Juul employee got an average holiday bonus of $1.3 million. See that down there at the very bottom. Every single employee got an average of $1.3 million as a holiday bonus. That was literally big tobacco money. And so, like that to me is, oh, so you have a problem. How do you feel about it now? Here's $1 million. Do you feel like working? It's very standard. Out of court settlements, lawsuits, bullying people with litigation that can be sustained on the corporation's end, but not on the personal end. This is all par for the course. And there's really nothing different going on here. Just to give you another quick look into this, ahead of that congressional hearing in July, Juul was on pace for $4 million annually in lobbying payouts. They had just crossed the $1 million quarterly amount. So they're really spending a lot of money to try to make sure that politically what's going on doesn't hamper their ability to make money. Additionally, the vaping trade industry actually sued the FDA back in August of last year, because what was going on. So you guys probably remember, and we've got a slide on this coming up soon, the huge the vaping epidemic that was hospitalizing people and killing people, that was happening a few months back in earnest. During that, the FDA said, all right, guys, we need you to submit your products to be reviewed, because vaping products have not actually been reviewed and approved by the FDA yet. We really don't know what's inside of them. So they said, we need you to get these to us by May of 2020. So that, this was back in August that this was announced. So by May of 2020, and the vaping industry sued the FDA, saying that was too soon for them to submit their products, and that it would create a massive financial hardship for the industry to do so, despite the fact that people were getting sick and dying quite literally at that time. And just to give you another example of Juul's actions, in San Francisco alone, which was the first place to ban vape sales, they spent $4.3 million to try to get that to go their way. And you don't spend that kind of money. You don't spend that kind of money unless you're planning on getting a return on it. Actually, to give you a very relevant recent example for that, without getting too far into the weeds, in Naperville, actually, there was a referendum question yesterday in the election about whether or not residents wanted to sell pot within city limits, because there had been a huge debate about it back in October, and about 350 people showed up to say that they didn't want it, and about 50 people showed up to say that they did. And so the council decided to hold a referendum. And prior to the referendum, the marijuana dispensary that had a medical dispensary in town started a political action committee. They're owned by a large national chain. They started a PAC, named it, I think it was Naperville for Cannabis, so it sounded local. They then put $80,000 into that PAC and sent out flyer after flyer, bought up Facebook ads. They even actually bought up the AdWords opt out Naperville. They bought up those words on Google to redirect it to their website. And lo and behold, the resolution passed 55 to 45 yesterday. So this is one of those things where there's reasons why they do this, and it has to do with a tremendous windfall of money, and all of these folks are going right out of the same playbook. And when you have this much money behind something, it's very difficult to stop it. I think, again, without getting too far politically into a lot of different weeds or subjects, I think that you could probably think of some other large imposing industries in this country that have the same sort of impact on legislators because they have a tremendous amount of money and influence. So when drug companies, and by drug companies I don't mean pharmaceutical companies, although them too, but when I'll change it around and say when addiction for profit industries get a lot of capital and a lot of steam going, it's very difficult to pull them back. So one other link here before we move on from Juul and back to more vaping facts. This might have slipped by if it wasn't a company you were aware of, but it said the makers of PAX invite you to the Juul launch party. Some people don't know that the Juul actually came straight out of the marijuana industry. It wasn't something that was made by like scientists who were solely trying to find some sort of smoking harm reduction. PAX is one of the leading manufacturers for marijuana vape pens. And if you look at the era there on the right, that should look a lot like a Juul. And that's because Juul was a spin-off company of PAX. Some of the founders spin off and started Juul. So there's a lot of cross-pollination between these industries. And if you go on Google and you look up, even just type in like alcohol investment vaping, alcohol investment marijuana, you'll see a lot there. And there's a lot of partnership. There's a lot of things going on because at their core, they're all coming from the same sort of place. This, again, addiction for profit bent. So in terms of very recent changes, so this was back in October when Juul suspended their flavored vapes, and then the federal ban goes into effect Thursday. This was actually a Thursday in February that the flavor ban finally went into effect. However, here is the other part of that headline, but many flavored vape products will still be available. So part of the struggle here is that what was done at the federal level did not actually solve this issue of flavors attracting young people, which they absolutely do, because they only limited what the flavor ban could be applied to cartridge-based systems. So Juul, essentially. But there's a lot more ways to get that. So I'm going to pivot us over for a second to my web browser. Let's see if this works all right. I think I can see the screen, so hopefully it looks good. Yes, perfect. And I just want to show you guys a couple websites of what this is about. So this is Juul's website, and you can see here, again, that they've, here, I'll try to make it a little bigger for you if I can. Let's see if this works. It does not. Let's try this. Zoom in. Ooh, this might work. Perfect. So you can see they've got 3 different flavors now, at 3 and 5% nicotine strength. Each one of these pods has approximately the same nicotine as a pack of cigarettes. There used to be far more flavors. They are not that expensive though. You'll notice here that there's $20 for a Juul. So this is the sort of thing that if one was confiscated or taken away, lost or destroyed, it's not cost prohibitive to get another one of these things. and it actually even gets easier from here. So, so all these flavors now aren't being offered. However, all you have to do is go to these disposables, and you'll be fine. So, to put this in perspective, let's see. I can click on Quick Shop. So let's go into menthol. And you can see here that a pack of 4 pods is $16. So basically 4 packs of cigarettes for 16 bucks. That's very affordable. If we head over here, here's an example of a disposable one. And these disposable ones are 6% nicotine. So again, they'll hit you even stronger, approximately 20 cigarettes. And because the legislation didn't impact these things, you're going to see tropical mango, lush ice, you know, mixed melon undertow, sweet, juicy, and tangy, citrusy mango. You've got all the same stuff. And here's another one from Electric Tobacconist, where here's banana ice, lychee ice, vivid vanilla, vanilla. Um, Here's a fresh tobacco, singles pineapple. So I mean, you've got everything here that was there before, and this now is what the high schoolers are going over to. They're going over to these disposables. They cost more. Like looking at this one here, it's $7 instead of 4, but not so much more that you can't do it. Again, not cost prohibitive in the slightest. So we're still needing really strong and better leadership from Springfield on this issue to try to help us here in Illinois. If anyone here is from another state, this is a great issue to call your local representative about, because the vape ban unfortunately just turned into something that kind of hamstrung Juul and was more of a political symbol than it was actually affecting anything. Unfortunately. But this is in terms of the market and who they're marketing for and the sorts of people who are buying these things. Again, like Blue Raz with 2 Z's. Again, probably not your 50s chain smoker or 40s chain smoker who's looking at that. Your peach ice, your mango nectar, your strawberry disposable. Worth mentioning, I loaded this page up before the presentation today, and I just clicked yes, I'm 21. Like that was it. There might be some, like Juul, for example, does make you do a little bit more, but it's tough in terms of age as well, because not all college students are over 21, but there's plenty of people who could just go and buy for them if you're at a tobacco 21 state. Or actually, I think that might have gotten passed nationally now. But anyway, so that's what's going on right now with the flavor ban, and why we're still not done, and it's definitely still an issue of concern. To bring us back to the presentation here. So in terms of jargon, this is something that has its own unique subculture, and it's a language actually that goes along with it. So just about every drug has a subculture that goes along with it. And that's actually one of the biggest draws. So when you are at this stage in your life, when you're going through high school, when you're early in college in particular, you're trying to figure out who you are, and you're trying to figure out who your people are. And one of the things that has always added to the allure of drugs is that you do not have to be funny, you don't have to be smart, you don't have to be articulate, you don't have to be beautiful. All you have to do is put the substance in your body, and you're part of the group. You're part of the club. You're one of the cool people. And so for young people who aren't very solidly attached to other pro-social structures in their life, that is that can be a tremendous shortcut for them. That might give them the acceptance that they'd always wanted, and it's very challenging then once you're in that to break away, because those are your people. That's who you identify with, and it's difficult to get them back out. But there is a language that goes along with it. There's I'm going to bring us back over to the web browser for a second. So this is something that you could look through on your own if you're interested. We're not going to go through the whole thing right now, but there's this website, From Amps to Zero, Ultimate Guide to Vaping Terminology. And like if we just scroll down this page, I mean, it goes on and on and on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S. I mean, squonking. Like there's so many. I feel like this is it's almost like skateboarding back in like the 90s, where someone could say a whole sentence and you wouldn't know they were speaking English. but it can kind of be like that. But that being said, there are a couple of terms that I think are worth knowing and being able to follow along with. The first is juice. So juice is what the e-liquid is called by just about everyone who is not in academia. It's called vape juice. So that's what you're going to hear it referred to as juice or vape juice. Throat hit is the feeling of the nicotine aerosol as it contacts the back of your throat. And this is something that you can potentially like or not like, depending on your preference. It's something that you can alter the feel of depending on uh, the sort of liquid that you use and the resistance that you put in the device. That there's a lot you can do to modify it, but it's that chemical feeling that back your throat. And then the blend has to do with the composition, the liquid composition of what goes in to the vape. And when people are referring to blend, they're usually talking about two different things: PG and VG, which stands for propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin. So propylene glycol is thinner and has a much stronger, more chemical feeling throat hit. If you are trying to simulate the feeling of smoking, you generally go for liquid that has more PG than VG. The vegetable glycerin is thicker, sweeter, has more vapor, but also can start to gunk up your device a little bit more quickly because it is thicker and leaves more residue behind. So along these lines as well, I wanted to show you quickly what it looks like if you're going to a vape marketplace for this product as well. Because again, I think it's kind of instructive for who the industry is pointing at. So here is Vape Wild, where they sell these bottles, right? So this is for the refillable ones, not disposable. But when you look at what it's called, so here's Murica in the top left there, which is a red, white, and blue popsicle flavor. Strawberry cheesecake. NZT48 is the drug that Bradley Cooper used in Limitless. Strawberries and cream, tiramisu, slow-mo, vanilla butternut, root beer float. I'm on a roll. Blueberry cheesecake, happy demise. It's kind of foreboding there. Grand Poobah, but so I mean, when you look at these names and you ask like, what audience is this aimed at? The answer is clearly young. I mean, to be honest, I've never scrolled down this far. I've never seen Circus Freak. I'm not sure what that. Maybe that's cotton candy or something. I don't know. But actually, let's find out. Let's take a look at Circus Freak instead of strawberries and cream. Let's see what they've got inside. So great. Let's see. It's banana, strawberry, and custard e-juice. There you go. And again, so the vaping ban did not affect it. And yes, I'm 21 or over. It's just that's all there is. But you can see here actually that you can set the nicotine strength. So on those other ones, it was set at the levels it was set up, but this one came up to be very strong. Here you can adjust the blend. So here's 80% VG, 65-35, and 55 and 50-50. So there's a lot of ways that you can customize it, which again is part of the subculture experience where you get to pick the vape pen that you use. You have to change the vape pen that you use, and the juice that you're using, and the composition of the juice, and the flavors, and there's just a lot that you can do. And actually, the next bullet, I believe, has to do with vape tricks. And so I want to show you a couple of those right now. I'm not sure, the audio isn't necessary. I'm not sure if it's going to come through. We'll see it. We'll see if it does. But vape tricks is the skill side of this that people can learn to do. So let's see what happens if I hit this. Does it work? It does. All right. So here is an example. Here's an example of one vape trick called the dragon, and I'm going to see if I have this come out so you can end up hearing it. But no worries if you can't. So there's the dragon. You can probably see why it is called what it's called. He has he has vapor coming out of all of his face holes. So that's one example of something that you can do. here's another one called the vapor bubble. Here she goes. So she's inflating it and giving it a little bit more. And this is done by cutting a bottle in half and putting soap on the bottom of it to create some surface tension to hold vapor inside. Here's I'll give it that. That's at least a little bit cool. Here's one more. I guess where smoke rings are now going. Um, let's see if I can get this thing on the bottom to go away. I think I can. All right. And here's the evolution of smoke rings. I can't tell from my preview whether or not it's skipping a lot, but basically there's just O's coming out of his mouth, and there's also some like dribbling out of his left nostril there. So but part of, again, what's interesting to me about this and just how marketing works and how social cultures change is that, like, I look at this guy and I am not immediately drawn to be his friend. You know, it's not like I see this and I'm like, I got to learn how to do this. I got to know this guy. That's amazing. But there's a lot of people who are, and it just speaks to the difference right now between generations and just what's appealing to folks. But when I get school assemblies and I speak on this topic, one of the things that I make sure to point out is that um, like if you look at pictures back from the 70s and 80s, like if you look at the hairstyles, if you look at the clothes, it looks very different than today, and it does not look cool to you. And that, but it was back then. You know what people were wearing with, with all of it was the coolest thing imaginable. It was lit, right, to use today's terms, and and now we think it's silly. It's all marketing. And I think that a lot of times young people don't realize that their perceptions about this are being shaped by people who want to make money off of them. And sometimes that understanding is actually more impactful on young people than anything that we're going to cover today about health risk. Because, there's all sorts of invulnerability complex and it will never happen to me ism going on when you're young. I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, look at what we've been hearing that's been going on recently, even when we're, supposed to be, depending on where you're located, sheltering in place from the coronavirus. There's people out going to bars and restaurants to the point that they have to be closed. So um, it's something where when you've got when you've got young folks, it's particularly difficult to get them to pay attention to the health concerns, even if they actually are significant. But you've got to put an emotional hook in there somewhere. Otherwise, they're not going to listen. And the idea that they're being taken advantage of because they're younger is something that seems to really actually get them a lot more passionate about the subject. And it also happens to be completely true. So it is appealing to teenagers in particular. It's easy to conceal use. It's got very low odor, all things considered, no smoke. You can use it in a bathroom or discreetly in a classroom. It does not set off smoke detectors. Um, so there are some vape detectors that are coming out now, but they're very expensive, and a lot of places either don't have them, or it would be kind of very, very challenging to figure out how to deploy them effectively. They have this marketing advantage with flavors. There was a study put out by the Surgeon General where they found that 85% of young people who used vape pens said that they wouldn't do it if it wasn't for the flavors. They were doing it because of the flavoring, which is again why it's imperative that if the federal government is not going to pass legislation that will actually solve this problem, that we do it at the state level. Um, and they're expendable, particularly with these disposable units where they're just $7 each. Something that we've heard of a lot is that, if they're about to get caught in a bathroom, particularly in high school, people will just flush them because they just don't care, but then that'll cause a clog later. But it's easy to be able to just throw them away if you get in trouble. So very briefly, I want to talk about background and prevalence, but we'll go through this quickly. These were invented in 2003 in China, actually. Vape pens, though, were introduced to the US in 2006. They're generally produced over there in China, though, where very few regulations exist. And adult use is actually pretty rare and less than cigarettes. The rate we have right now is that about 2 to 5% of adults currently use, and many also smoke cigarettes. This is particularly relevant because there was a study that came out recently that found that if people are both vaping and smoking, they are putting themselves at higher cardiovascular risk than if they were just smoking or just vaping alone. And so there's another one of these myths that may end up being true in some senses, but thus far the jury honestly is still out, is that vaping is actually less harmful than smoking. And while there certainly is not any tar to speak of in vaping, and there is tar in smoking, tar is not the only harmful component of a cigarette. Nor and it's and there's plenty of harmful components in vape aerosol, which we'll talk about. So that's another one of those lines that you'll hear sometimes is 85% less or 95% less harmful. We don't really have any conclusive data that that's true. There are, again, tar definitely less, but there's a lot of other things in there as well. So in terms of youth use, we're gonna skip through this slide because I want to get to more recent data, but I just want to draw your eye to the bottom left there in high school e-cigarettes, and you can see that it was just escalating rapidly, starting low but escalating rapidly. Same thing with e-cigarettes down there in the left side of the bottom right graph. Our 2018 National Youth Tobacco Survey found 78% increase amongst high school students, 48% among middle school, and that led to 1.5 million more students using e-cigarettes in 2018 versus 2017. And the 2019 survey found basically the same rate of growth. We got another 1.4 million kids who are using these products. And this is particularly important because these are the folks who then are being pushed into college. And I'm sure you working in that environment see plenty of vaping around you as well. 27.5% of high schoolers, that's almost 1 in 3, has endorsed e-cigarette use. I believe that's over the past month. So what's challenging about this as well for high schoolers is that despite the fact that 1 in 3 is a really, really high and very disturbing number because of the impact it can have on the body, 7 out of 10 still don't, actually. But that's not actually the perception that kids have. If you look at it just here anecdotally, as well as look at surveys, is that they're over-reporting. They're feeling like everybody's doing it, and that actually only adds to their social pressure. I know, even just speaking from my own anecdotes, that I've worked with a patient who was trying to get off of marijuana and really struggling to stay sober and to do that, and he was very fearful to go back to college because in his social circle, just about everybody smoked marijuana just as a matter of course, and he didn't know how he was going to draw those boundaries and keep away. So the climate really matters a lot, and that'll actually come back into play in the second half of the presentation when we talk about prevention strategies. But what people think is normal, how they're level setting around this is critical in terms of their own expectations and how they make these sorts of decisions about their health. So in terms of college use, we are seeing actually even a more dramatic increase in college specifically. So between 2017 and 2018, use doubled. I do not have 2019 data here, but you can, again, just looking at it, it's following the same general slope, if not even actually a little bit steeper than 10th and 12th graders, which is where we're seeing the main rise in high school. So that's not encouraging. And there's actually, this is what I was referring to about peer estimates. Peers feel that about 80% of people are vaping, although that's not accurate. That said, vaping in college is also associated with drinking and binge drinking, psychiatric disorders, and other substance use disorders. So although correlation does not imply causation, I'll more on that later as well. We do seem to see that these things hang together. And I think that there's a majority of, not a majority rather, but a multitude of reasons why that's the case. So why do people vape in general? It's perceived as healthier than regular cigarettes. PG and VG-based solutions are viewed as quote unquote natural. That's a word that you hear a lot about it. And vapor sounds like water. Um, the interesting part to me about the claim of natural is that it's not, just because something's natural doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat it. This is something that we hear a lot in treatment. But arsenic is natural. Just about, you look out your window, just about everything you could lay your eyes on that grows in the ground, you shouldn't be putting in your body in any way, shape, or form. It wouldn't be good for you, and certainly you shouldn't be smoking it or inhaling it. Um, in terms of smoking cessation, some people do it because it's easy to change dosages there. And for adolescents and young adults, the flavors are a major consideration, as well as they feel like it looks cool and gets them into a social group. So let's talk a bit about vaping and health and what we know. Because the health information, of course, is critical here. Now, what I've chosen to do for this is just draw from one highly reputable source that conducts large literature analyses, and that's the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. Now, in the topics that we're speaking on today, it is critical to know where you're getting your data from and to check sources, because for reasons that I stated a bit earlier, these companies are highly incentivized to obfuscate uh, information that runs contrary to what they want you to think. Um, just think back to the cigarette industry when the Surgeon General came out with their cancer warning. They don't want to be associated with bad things, and they do want to be associated with good things. And so there's a lot of industry produced research out there. So just be very careful, consumers. NAS is known for being rock solid, so that's why I draw from there. Again, they tell the difference between a massive double-blinded, randomly controlled trial and a case study. They don't weight them equally, and that's really important. So here's what they found. There's conclusive evidence that in addition to nicotine, most e-cigarette products contain and emit numerous potentially toxic substances. And there's substantial evidence that some of those are metals. Some of them are heavy metals. They don't know whether or not it comes from the metallic coil that's used to heat the liquid, other parts of the device, or the liquid itself. But the bottom line is that it's in there. And again, this stuff is made in China. It's still not at the due date in May that the FDA wanted samples to analyze. So honestly, when folks are using these products, they really have no idea what they're putting into their body. There's also substantial evidence that some chemicals present in those e-cigarette aerosols are capable of causing DNA damage and mutagenesis. So it's still too early to say conclusively that vaping causes cancer, because we don't have this sort of long-term data about that. However, what we do have is data that vaping causes DNA mutagenesis, and DNA damage and mutagenesis causes cancer. So vaping causes the thing that causes cancer. Just give it a little bit more time and we'll get there. But that's where we're at with it right now, and it's not good. Now, in terms of what's actually in there, a study out of Berkeley lab found 31 different toxic chemicals in there, including all the ones listed there on the right. I want to draw your attention to two of them because I think it's useful for, again, understanding the paradigm and also for speaking with young people. So you notice the third one down there is formaldehyde. And that one is always surprising to young people because they're like, wait a second, that wasn't on the ingredients list. None of this was. And where that comes from is that when you heat up propylene glycol, which is the base of just about every vape liquid, it degrades. And that's actually something that's consistent across a lot of different vape substances, is that it will start to degrade when you heat it up. And a chemical byproduct, as the propylene glycol is degrading, is formaldehyde. So it's important to recognize that even though these products like propylene glycol are safe to be consumed, like if that was in something you were eating, it wouldn't be like tripping any alarm bells. That's very different than heating it up super hot and then inhaling it. It's just qualitatively very, very different. And we have a lot of data that shows that even just in terms of um, the harm to the body, there's a huge change. Now, the other one, just to draw your eye to down at the bottom, is diacetyl. That is the chemical that causes popcorn lung, and popcorn lung is called that. So that's a potentially fatal irreversible lung disease, and it's called popcorn lung because it was first detected in patients who were working at a microwavable. I'm sorry, not patients, workers at a microwavable popcorn plant, and they were stirring these really big vats of artificial butter flavor that were being heated to be poured on top of the popcorn kernels. And when you heat it up, some of it vaporizes and they breathed it in. And that caused popcorn lung because artificial butter flavor decomposes when you heat it up and vape it, and diacetyl is one of the byproducts. So it's so critical to understand that, one, the label might not be accurate because it hasn't been reviewed by the FDA, and even if it is, the products can turn into who knows what after you superheat them. Here's a list of just 10 of the cancer-causing chemicals in e-cigarette vapor, and you can see that we've got some of those heavy metals in there, like lead and nickel, and there's a formaldehyde, and there's nicotine down there as well. So it's far from harmless. This is not just water and flavoring. This absolutely can have an impact. Now, I do want to take just a second to talk about what was going on with the vaping crisis, because although mostly subsided, I think it's useful to understand how this came about, and again, to some of the double standards that I feel like we see in this country when it comes to substances of addiction. So we actually had the first death in the world related to vaping here in Illinois, and what soon came to light, this was as of January 13th, we were about 2,600 cases, rather 59 deaths. What quickly came to light was that about 80% of people who were being hospitalized for this was for THC related. About 20% was just for nicotine. They identified vitamin E acetate as a likely culprit, although they were very straightforward about the fact that that was not a culprit and an additive that was inappropriately in there for all of the samples. There was actually it was very possible that there were some other things going on in there as well, although the vitamin E acetate was a big part of this. Now, the part of this also that I think is really critical, because this was a part of the narrative that I think definitely got drowned out, was that according to the CDC, 1 in 6 of the people who got sick with this mystery vaping illness were getting THC cartridges that they purchased out of state legal marijuana shops. And so one of the things that we're hearing is that, oh, this wouldn't be happening if we legalize it was safe. This is the solution. And again, this is a really great example of financial interests co-opting another either crisis or problem to try to hook two things together that actually are potentially separate. Might it be better? For sure, but it absolutely, I mean, 1 in 6 is not an insignificant amount when you think of people potentially getting sick and dying. Just a couple more things. I won't belabor the point too much, but just a couple of photos of kids who were going through this and what they had to say to their peers about it. It was one of these things that it was a very scary time. Again, part of what was kind of shocking to me as this was going on was during this time, the Surgeon General came out and said, and the CDC both said, do not vape THC for any reason right now. Period. Like, people are dying, we don't know what's going on. And as that was going on, we chose to legalize and open up pot shops to sell exactly that. This was also going on at the same time that there was I think it was a listeria or E. coli or listeria outbreak in lettuce, and it's like a couple dozen people got ill, and you couldn't find lettuce anywhere. But we have people sick and dying from a drug, and full steam ahead. It's kind of it's interesting to see the dichotomy there. There's also substantial evidence that e-cigs are addictive, which should probably go without saying because they're full of nicotine the vast majority of the time, but there it is. So in terms of area of benefit, it's really just isolated to current smokers. So there's substantial evidence that under typical conditions of use, you do get fewer toxins in your body, and secondhand aerosol has fewer toxins as well. So this is a question that I get sometimes. Absolutely, yes, secondhand vape is still bad for you. You don't want to be exposed to it. But kind of like if you're looking at all the toxins in cigarettes, that e-cigs are fewer toxins, but still toxins. The second hand is the same way, where there's fewer toxins, but they're definitely still there. So there is conclusive evidence that if you completely substitute e-cigs out for tobacco, it does reduce your exposure to toxicants and carcinogens. Again, whether and how that relates to disease course or development is currently being studied, but at the very least, yes, your exposure will be less. And there's substantial evidence that completely switching from regular cigarettes to e-cigarettes is not going to be not as bad for you. You'll be helping yourself in some way with that. But that's really most of the current benefits. I guess the last two here is that the risk of getting addicted is lower in e-cigs than tobacco cigarettes, and there's moderate evidence that you could use it to help you quit smoking entirely. So bottom line on e-cigs coming up, and then we'll pivot over to marijuana, but I'll stop to take some questions before we change sections. So bottom line is that they're not as bad for you as combustible cigarettes, but they're not good for you either. So something that people sometimes get confused with is that they'll say that they're healthier. We don't like to say that e-cigarettes are healthier than cigarettes, because that links vaping and health together. Again, it's a very intentional when it's messaged out by the pro-vaping industry side to put it that way. But it's not that they're healthier, it's actually that they're not as bad, which is a potentially minor, but actually very important distinction. They are habit forming via nicotine and socially reinforcing through vaping culture. And they are a significant risk for looping new kids into cigarette smoking. That's something that we also found for young people, that they're at risk of starting to smoke again, or starting to smoke for the first time themselves. And they might be useful as a smoking cessation tool. So, all right, with that, I'm going to stop speaking for a second so I can take a sip of my drink here. Does anybody have any questions while we're taking a pause here about the e-cig section? Whenever there's no questions, I never know if it's like I've been doing a great job, everyone's fallen asleep, I've been doing a terrible job. So hopefully it's the first one. But or if you're just all muted and can't speak in the first place. If that's the case, make sure to type in the chat. But all right, with that, oh, am I hearing? Is someone wanting to ask a question?
Can you refresh us on the one that was the death in Illinois? I can't remember the circumstances of that one.
The vaping death?
Right.
Oh, we had a few. I want to say we were over 5, but under 10 by the time it was all told.
Okay, but not the teen in Gurney. I think he's still alive.
Yes, I don't know specifically who the ones who died were. I'm fairly confident it didn't make it to double digits in Illinois, though.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of people who came close, and I've heard from a lot of parents who had kids who were one of those cases, but we're fortunate to pull through. All right. Well, if there are no questions, let's see. We've got probably another half an hour before we were going to take that first break. We were going to go till 10:30, and then take a break until 11, and then pick up again and go from 11 to noon. So we'll keep going for a little bit right now. If anyone has a question or needs to stop or anything like that, please, of course, feel free to do so, and we can adapt. Oh, thank you, Amanda, for your really kind comment. I appreciate it. So let's pivot over to marijuana, which is something that that is maybe on the front of everybody's mind, except for coronavirus, which is what's on the front of everybody's mind right now. This is a topic, again, where there's a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of fact and alternate fact going around. One of the things, I just want to share a brief anecdote from an experience I had recently. So prior to this vote in Naperville, I was at the City Council chambers actually advocating for the opt-out position, which I won't go into now unless someone wants to hear my perspective on it. But part of how I make arguments, if you haven't seen that already, is that I like to draw from peer-reviewed articles and journals and from science. And so, I do that. And so I went up and I did my bit. And when I was going back to my seat, there was someone in the gallery who just, as I was walking back, kind of an older gentleman, who was just muttering at me under his breath, but for me to hear, "You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. That's not true. You're lying." And I stopped and I said to him, I can appreciate that you're having a hard time believing this. Can I send you the journal articles that I was pulling from? I'd be happy to email them to you. And he was like, "Nope, I don't want to see them. You're lying. You're lying." And the whole time he didn't make eye contact with me. And that moment really stuck with me, because that, to me, I feel like is very representative of a lot of things that are going on right now in our country. Certainly about marijuana, where in many cases it's almost become like either a political or a culture war, rather than something that's actually rooted in science and having true discussions about what's going on and making judgments about public health based on that data and pros and cons, rather than basically just insisting that somebody else is lying when you hear something that you don't like, and engaging in that behavior. And so what's going on right now with marijuana in this country, I felt like that really encapsulated a lot of it. So we're gonna talk very, very frankly about this today. I'll also mention the first slide had my email on it. I'm sure that my email and contact will be sent out. I'll make my slides available to you as well. Please feel free to email me if you're interested in any of the sources that I'm drawing from today. You don't have to take my word for any of this. You're welcome to look at primary sources. And again, I definitely encourage you to be really discerning consumers of knowledge right now. But all right, so what is marijuana exactly? Let's start there. So it is a plant with 500 different chemical compounds, 100 different cannabinoids, and THC and CBD are the cannabinoids that we hear the most about. THC is the psychoactive part, the part that gets you high, and the part that's associated with harms to the body. CBD is not psychoactive, it is not addictive. It appears to be basically a sort of anti-inflammatory of sorts, and it's kind of been sensationalized right now, where like people are saying that they're selling CBD in all sorts of bizarre places, like Family Video and gas stations, and it's like just it's kind of bizarre how many places you're seeing CBD. But they are two very different things. It's also worth mentioning that CBD predominantly comes from hemp. So hemp and marijuana are both plants in the cannabinoid family of plants, within that larger category. Marijuana tends to be very heavy in THC and very low in CBD. Hemp is generally very high in CBD and very low in THC. So part of what's important to know about this as well, and part of the confusion around, like, say, medical marijuana, which we're not going to talk too much about today, but is that a lot of people will think things like, oh, that marijuana is good for seizures, when in actuality, marijuana is not good for seizures. CBD is good for seizures. And actually, there's been a plant derived, so from hemp, CBD, medication in the traditional sense of the word, a medication pharmaceutical called Epidiolex, that just got through FDA trials. And you can now get from a pharmacy, and you will find that at a pharmacy and not at a marijuana dispensary, because that is generally where we get what's the modern view of what medicine is. That's where it comes from, and marijuana dispensaries are not licensed to dispense those sorts of medications. So it's really important that we understand the difference between the plant and the chemical, particularly when we're trying to draw conclusions about medical efficacy, as well as what somebody is actually using. So THC binds to CB1 receptors in the brain, and if you look at where they're located, there it is. If you look at where they're located, you can see why when someone's high, they act the way they do. So down in the bottom left, I'll start down there and go clockwise. You've got the medulla, where the nausea and vomiting suppression area, cerebellum and basal ganglia for movement, higher cognitive function in the cerebral cortex, appetite in the hypothalamus, learning, memory, and stress in the hippocampus, and some pain sensation through the spinal cord. Pardon me. So you can you can clearly see why it does what it does to someone when someone's high in the traditional sense. And it is aside from alcohol, is the most used recreational substance in this country by far. It's worth mentioning as well, just as long as we're kind of jumping around between constructs here, something that's very popular to say right now is that the war on drugs has failed, and it's really catchy, and all the cool people are saying it. And it's a very interesting question because it's an argument that's often used to say, well, then we should be selling marijuana commercially, and that's the other option. When in fact, there are a lot of options in the middle between pure prohibition and creating a for-profit addiction-based industry to sell it to the general public. There's a lot of gray area in between. We actually decriminalized marijuana about 3 years ago in the state of Illinois, so no one was getting arrested anymore for possession of 10 grams or less, which is enough for 20 joints that you could have on your person. There's a lot in the middle there, and so when we talk about the effectiveness of drug policy, certainly there's room to talk about a lot of changes on the criminal justice side. But when we look at the overall model, the statistics we have: 6% of this country, 6% of adults in this country, are addicted to alcohol. It's a very high number, that a lot higher than you want it to be, but it's 6%. All other illegal drugs combined, all of them combined, 2% of the country is addicted to, and the vast majority of that 2% is marijuana. But just to emphasize that, there are 3 times as many people addicted to our legal intoxicating substance as all the other drugs that humanity knows about put together. So it's really critical, again, when you're listening to these arguments, to not see things in black and white, because they very rarely are, and those sorts of decisions aren't necessarily the most prudent ones. But getting back to marijuana, there's a number of ways to consume it. You can smoke it in a blunt or a joint or a blunt, as we're all pretty familiar with. You can filter it up through water in a bong. Here's a vape pen, and I talked a little bit before about how that's making these concentrates very accessible. Here's that picture I was referring to of how you used to have to dab. And basically what you have to do is you've got a modified bong, and the piece on the end there is something called a nail. And you take that rod, right, and you put that dab down in there in the bottom, and then that tube, that's literally a butane torch. So you literally have to superheat it, because you got to vape it with a butane torch. So when you compare tiny little vape pen that you could easily just slip into a pocket or clothing or wherever, compared to this big apparatus and a blowtorch, essentially, you can see why it's really just absolutely skyrocketed the popularity of those products, which again are associated with the most consistent harm in terms of THC products. And of course, there's edibles. And these are pictures coming out of Colorado, and you can see there that they are actually allowed there to riff off of existing brands. So you've got your Captain Munch and Chronic Toast Crunch, and on the bottom left, Rasta Reese's and Keith Kat, Buddhafinger, Munchie Way. We can't do that in our state, but you absolutely could put it in a cake. You absolutely could potentially put it in syrup. You could put it into gummies, as long as they're not directly resembling and made to resemble an existing candy. You could put them into all sorts of baked goods and chocolates. So again, like, you look at this stuff and you think about those other things, and like, these aren't things that like a pre-diabetic is going to be just like jumping for, right? Like someone in their like it's not who this is aimed at. And again, all throughout what we're going to talk about today, you're going to see that common theme of although maybe something doesn't have a picture of a kid smoking a joint, or a young person under the age of 25 smoking a joint, the products are clearly aimed at someone more in that demographic. So although there are a lot of different arms that and roads we could go down on the subject, what I'm going to stick with primarily is why it's a particularly bad idea for teenagers, and to be honest with you, also young adults in their early 20s, but certainly while you're under 20, and absolutely certainly if you're under 18. I want to talk a little bit about the implications. So first off, there's an increased risk for addiction, and this has been one of those things where I have heard over and over again from lawmakers and parents alike that there is a controversy or there's debate about whether or not marijuana is actually addictive in like a physiological way, like with your body. And I just want to, for at least for those of us on this call today, completely put that to rest. There is no controversy about this whatsoever, not even a tiny little one from anyone in the field of medicine or addiction medicine. We have known that there is a biological tolerance and withdrawal syndrome and had it in our manuals since 2004. We diagnose it all the time. It is the second most common substance I treat in my rehab programs at Linden Oaks and Gateway Foundation, the biggest addiction treatment program in the state. It's the second most common one for them too, right behind alcohol. Um, and unlike with alcohol, pretty much everyone present there for marijuana is there by choice. There's very few court mandated marijuana folks. They're usually there because they actually want the help. I think part of why the rumor persists is one, I think the industry loves it. I think that, that makes it that much easier for them to lower perceived risk and get people to try and to use their product. I also think that people use anecdote rather than evidence. So I'm not sure if I have this on the slide, but the statistic we have out of the CDC is that 1 in 10 adults who uses marijuana will develop a use disorder, 1 in 6 adolescents, and 25 to 50% of daily users regardless of age. Now, that is a significant number, but again, if you're relying on anecdote, that is a vast minority. 1 in 10 adults is not most people, and that's the way that alcohol works too. And that's another reason why I think this rumor somehow persists. We're all on the same page that alcohol is addictive. Everyone knows this. Marijuana actually works the same way. It's not like meth or heroin or even cocaine to a certain extent, where you might use it just a couple times and all of a sudden you're hooked and it's very difficult to stop and you're going to withdraw. It's not like that. It's the sort of thing where first it's part of your social networks, and then you're using it a lot in your social networks, and then you're using it to cope with your problems and just to relax, and then you're using it every day, and it just kind of creeps up to eventually it's getting out of control, and your neural reward pathways have started to change and all that jazz. But I think that's part of it too, but there's no confusion that alcohol is addictive. None at all, even though they work exactly the same way. So they got to keep searching to try to figure out where that's coming from. Now, why the rate for young people is higher than for adults is because the part you're seeing in these brains in the very front that's blue, the prefrontal cortex, is the last part of the brain to develop. And it's, again, not fully cooked until you are 25. And the prefrontal cortex is the part of your brain that's responsible for your personality, but also in terms of executive function. So things like synthesizing abstract thoughts, task switching, motivation, planning ahead, things that are really important to being able to succeed in life and in society. And also in terms of avoiding addiction, because addiction is kind of wiggly in that you don't get negative you don't get negative feedback from doing it at first. It might even actually feel good. So to put this in perspective, like like if a young kid touches a hot stove, they're going to touch it, they're going to get burned, and they're going to pull back their hand and be like, "Ow, that hurt," and they probably won't do that again. Or if they do it again, maybe just one more time, and then they will learn, do not touch the stove is hot. With drugs, it's often different, where when you use them, at first it might even actually feel pretty good, and maybe there aren't even actually any negative consequences for a while, but then they start coming. But at that point, you're not associating the negative consequences with the fact that you're using. And because, again, there's a biological process that goes on inside your brain that makes it a lot harder to stop once you've hit that physiological dependence point, it kind of grabs you and then pulls you in. Um, so so yeah, it's absolutely it's very challenging to wrap your mind around that. No pun intended, I guess. To wrap your mind around that whole idea and sequence when you're younger, which is why it's 1 in 6 adults to 1 in 10 kids. The last reason why I think people have this misperception is because today's pot is very different than it used to be. It's not Woodstock pot. So to help you make sense to this graph, take a look at that that orange line. So that's the average THC percentage of traditional marijuana. You can see, so this study actually puts it at 0.72% back in 95. The numbers that I have are a little bit higher than that. They have it at more that 3.961 actually. Oh, maybe that's actually what it's at. Yeah, I think it is. It must be the concentrates that are lower. But anyway, the Woodstock pot was about 3 to 4% THC. And you can see there that since that time, it's been creeping up and up and up and up. And right now, actually, the average THC off the street, I got this from a different report, is actually closer to about 21% THC. And you can buy flower that goes all the way up to 30% THC. And so to put this in perspective, and you can see that the concentrates are just, again, like this is the average, and you can see that the THC concentrate is, the average is up at 61. And again, I can get all the way up to 95. So if today's average though is about 21, that would be like literally one joint of today's weed is like taking 7 Woodstock joints in your mouth at the same time, lighting them up and smoking them. And so when we talk about potency related effects, when we talk about marijuana doing different things to you, I think that an older generation might look back and say, well, I did it, it wasn't such a big deal. Why is it a big deal now? Well, there's a very firm, solid answer to that, and it's because we're talking about a very different product, and it's a lot stronger than it used to be. So we know that this leads to negative academic and vocational outcomes. So in high school, lower grades, higher dropout rates, increased school disciplinary problems. Now, and part of the reason why I want to make sure we talk about this is because I think this feeds directly into the college experience. But it may be social, functional, cognitive, or both. So we're going to talk about the brain side of this in just a minute. But in terms of social functional, it's saying, okay, these lower grades, it might be due to the brain, but it might also be due to the fact where if you are smoking marijuana with your friends, it is probably not the same group of friends who is out late studying on a Thursday night for the history exam at the library. That's not what these friends are doing in their spare time. So you basically selected yourself into a group of people who is not going to push you to excel or succeed, who is not going to prop you up and help you study and hold you accountable to that. In all likelihood, they're going to be going down a different path. And so the lower grades and higher dropout rates might have something to do with that, where it's the choices that someone makes and it's more behavioral than what's actually going on in their mind. But we also know that the earlier someone starts to use marijuana THC products, the worse those outcomes are, and also the greater the frequency, the worse those outcomes are of use. College is basically the same thing: increased chance to accept class, lower GPA, a potentially longer time to graduate. And I found this result very interesting, actually, that there's decreased lifetime earning potential overall. So basically, when you do these large retrospective analyses and you ask how much pot have you smoked in your life, and then also how much money have you made in your life, the correlation is the more pot you smoke, the less money you've made. And that of course doesn't mean that like take $50 out of your lifetime earnings for every joint that you smoke. That would kind of be preposterous, right? But it's about risk, and this is another concept that we should take a second to introduce now because it's going to come up again soon. But and it's actually very, very, very timely right now, right, with what's going on with coronavirus. But there's certain elements of risk to whatever we do, right? Sometimes more than others. Some situations are more risky than others, and we choose what risks to expose ourselves to. Like every time you drive a car, there's no guarantee that someone is not going to hit you in it, and there's nothing you can do about it. But that is something that does not happen very often. It is an improbable outcome, and we view, we are looking at the risks and benefits, or you're either or just not thinking very hard about the risks, or however we're going through this in our mind and psyche and deciding, I'm going to expose myself to this risk because of A, B, and C. What this is about is the same thing, where if you are using marijuana and exposing yourself to potential cognitive concerns, which we'll talk about in a second, you're selecting yourself into a group of friends who on average isn't achieving as much. It just means that you've raised the risk that something is going to go in a negative direction. It doesn't mean that it will. and this is another thing that I think folks get hung up on about marijuana, is that we're not talking about determinism. We're talking about population statistics and population health. Everyone's, in it individually, but when we're talking about big decisions, that's what we have to think about. And it's again, same thing with what's going on right now with coronavirus, right? We're being told to socially distance, to expose ourselves as little as possible, because even though we might be able to go and do something and come home and not be infected, we have just raised our risk. And you do that enough times, and you kind of have to expect that you're going to come home with it, because whatever the base rate is whatever the base rate is. So it's that sort of thing with this. So we're going to come back to this a little bit when we talk about what a gateway drug means. But risk is not determinism, is I guess really the core of that. But risk still matters. It's how we make decisions about surgical procedures, so many things in life. Drug use absolutely should be one of them. So let's talk about the brain. I've been poking at that for a while now. There are actually structural changes that happen to the brain if you're using these products when your brain isn't done developing, and it's very concerning to see. So so what you're looking at here is a literature review of the role of cannabinoids in neuroanatomic alterations in cannabis users. So this is literally the structure of the brain changing because somebody is using marijuana. And I'm sorry if it's small on your screen. I know where it is, but I can't grab it right now. I've got a digital magnifying glass I can use to make it bigger, but I can't do it right now. So in the interim, what you're looking at with those little bars is that if the bar is gray, the part of the bar is gray, that means that studies didn't look at that brain structure. So we're really only looking at the colored part for proportions. If it's blue, it means that studies looked at that brain structure but did not find an effect of marijuana. And if it's red, it means that they looked at it and they did. And so there's two structures in particular that I want to point out on that first row. So that first row is looking at dosage. So how strong the marijuana was as that pertains to permanent structural damage. The second bar in from the left, that is the hippocampus. And you can see there that 85% of studies found an association between strength of THC product and permanent hippocampal structural change. Again, this is what they found in an era where your average pot is 7 times stronger than it used to be, and these concentrates are off the charts. 3 more bars to the left, you'll see another one that's about 50-50. It's actually about 45-65. That's the PFC, or prefrontal cortex. Again, the place with executive function and personality. That's a 50-50 for dosage. If you go down to the next row, that's duration. So that means it doesn't matter how strong the product was, just looking at how long were they using it. And the only 2 bars there with red on them are, again, the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex. The hippocampus is about 1 in 3. Found that length mattered even without dosage, and it's about 15% for PFC for dosage. So this should be very concerning. This is one of those things where I think a lot of times kids they'll write it off with whatever sort of ego protection mechanism they're using, so that they don't have to be afraid or change what they're doing, or they can justify their behavior. But it's actually very concerning to see, given trends right now in this country. Another study that looked at this, drivers of brain aging, so this is 62,000 SPECT scans. They found that cannabis, we're going to call it misuse, because we don't want to use abuse anymore because it's stigmatizing terminology. But cannabis misuse was second only to schizophrenia in terms of accelerated brain aging at 2.8 years off brain life. Also worth noting, alcohol, down there on the bottom, 0.6, about 5 times faster than alcohol. That's another catchphrase that you'll hear a lot. Things like when you hear young people justifying why they're using, like it's just a plan, isn't medicine anyway, it's better than alcohol. You'll hear that one a lot. I don't know if any of you have heard this already, but I've certainly heard in my adolescent clinics, so 18 and under is 20/20, everyone's smoking anyway, why does this matter? So like these, there's a lot of feelings that that it's not a high risk thing to do before your brain is done, but honestly, it truly is. One more study to throw up about this. So these are graphs looking at cognitive functioning in terms of marijuana use over school grade 7 through 10. And if you look at each of these graphs, you can see that the blue and the red lines are always on opposite sides of the graph. The blue is the no marijuana line, and the red is the most marijuana line. And on each of these graphs, if the blue is on the bottom, that's where you want it to be. If the blue is on the top, that's where you want it to be. Again, blue and red are always on opposite sides of the midpoint. And this is on measures of working memory, perceptual reasoning, long-term memory, and then inhibitory control. Thanks for pointing that out, Aisha. It looks like there is a zoom tool that you can use to make this a little bit larger if you'd like to see it. Also worth mentioning before we move on from this slide, if you look at the title of this article, you'll notice that it doesn't say the word marijuana up there. It's a substance use. And that's because I pulled these graphs out of there because I thought they were the most important for you to see. But the central thesis of this article was the question, which is worse for cognitive development over time, alcohol or marijuana? And the answer was marijuana is. And so I think these findings are oftentimes surprising for folks. It's not to say that there aren't elements of alcohol that are worse for the body and worse particularly for the young body than marijuana is. I think my hope from showing some of this, and there's still more that we're going to talk about, is to just kind of to dissuade you or those you're talking to from the idea that this is not an apples to apples thing. This isn't apples to oranges. Both are actually harmful. Maybe you shouldn't pick either one, right? Saying something's not as bad as alcohol is also a really low bar to hit, because alcohol is actually it is really, really bad for you. It kills 88,000 people a year in this country, and the statement, eating my shoe leather is not as bad for me as alcohol, might actually be true, but that doesn't mean that you should do it. So there's a lot of rationalizations that actually don't really hold much weight when it really comes down to it, but helping people to think about that can be important. So impaired judgment, of course, when you're high, you don't make the best decisions, and we've seen that lead to increased risky sexual behavior in the collegiate population. And let's talk about psychotic breaks, because this is something also that I think is really important that we understand the reality about this, because there's a lot of charged rhetoric going on about this. So what we know at this point, pretty much without a doubt, is that THC is very highly correlated with psychotic breaks when they occur, and there's actually a growing body of literature that's showing that it's likely causal. It does not, of course, mean that everyone is going to go psychotic if they use THC. Again, we're talking about risk. We're not talking about determinism, but the link is at this point virtually undeniable. It's been replicated and published in schizophrenia journals all over the place. But part of what we struggle at with this, and let's see, does my next slide speak to this? It does. I'll keep this one up. Part of what we struggle with as healthcare providers about this is that whenever you talk about something like this, immediately people who are kind of like in the pro-pot camp are like, oh, listen to that, it's reefer madness all over again, and this is just a moral panic, and you can't take that seriously, like that guy stuck back in the 50s. And it's tough because it's true, that did happen back in the early 20th century and mid 20th century, but we're not talking about that. We're actually talking about replicated hard science, and this is actually going on. So the one study that I've chosen to put up here about this, it actually made national news when it came out about a year ago, and they found that across 11 different sites in Europe, I'm looking in the bottom left here, 12% of cases could have first episode psychosis could have been prevented across 11 cities, including 30% in London, 50% in Amsterdam. They found that if you are using marijuana flower, if you're smoking marijuana flower, you are 50% more likely to have a psychotic break, and 500% more likely to have a psychotic break if you are using the concentrates. That is a tremendously high amount, and needless risk for someone, particularly a young person, to put themselves in danger of. Just a couple more anecdotes about this. as this is the evidence. And again, there's a lot more where this came from if you go on to PsycInfo or PubMed and look it up. I was doing a assembly at a high school down in Plainfield, third week of school, and I was asking about if they'd had any experience with this, and the principal actually said that they had hospitalized 3 kids from the school due to marijuana, like THC-induced psychosis, in 3 weeks. They were averaging 1 hospitalization transport from the school a week. Now, I have a suspicion that did not continue for the whole year, but even so, 3 in 3 weeks is not rare. We have about a 40, 45 bed adolescent unit in my hospital, inpatient unit. The manager there says that at any point in time, he's got between 2 and 5 young people who have had a marijuana-induced psychotic break. Sometimes it goes away, sometimes it doesn't, and these kids are never right again. Just to be perfectly honest with you. So this is one of these things where sometimes when people see this, it's very easy for them to brush it off, but it is a truly real risk that I've seen with my own eyes, and perhaps many of you on the call have as well. The other main issue with basically overdosing on THC, and there's actually a slang for it, it's called greening out, but is cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, or CHS. So right around the same time that study came out about Europe and psychosis, another one came out that found that in Colorado, after they legalized marijuana, emergency department visits tripled. And it did it for 2 reasons. One of them were these psychotic breaks. The other one was CHS, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, and that's a condition where you have very extreme abdominal pain and you are vomiting and you cannot stop. And by and large, the ED also cannot make you stop. Sometimes you can like put a warm compress on someone's core, and you hook them up to an IV so they don't get dehydrated. But they're basically screaming. They're screaming and vomiting for a long time, a very long time. And there's virtually nothing that we can do about it except to keep them hydrated. There's actually a word that's been coined for it called scromiting, which sounds like a strange Muppet, but actually is a combination of screaming and vomiting. So they say that these people are scromiting, and they're scromiting for hours. And I know it sounds weird, but go ahead and Google that if you want to check it out. Scromiting and marijuana, or scromiting and CHS, and you'll see it too. But just another aspect around this as well. Another thing you'll hear a lot is that like no one's ever been killed by marijuana. That is patently untrue. People absolutely have been killed by marijuana. This is just a headline I pulled out of USA Today. This is a 17-year-old who died because of CHS because he literally vomited himself to death and dehydrated. There was an article published in a Journal of Forensic Toxicology that over a 6-year period in the 2010s, there were 228 cases in which marijuana was a contributing cause of death, and 9 cases in which it was the only cause of death. So, of course, this is not anywhere near the amount of death caused by other drugs. And saying that no one's ever been killed by marijuana is disingenuous and false. But it's something that you hear a lot. And again, it lowers the perceived risk of using the substance, which again furthers sales. All right, so how about this? Drugged driving is actually a bit of a longer explanation, and we are hitting 10:28. So I'm going to propose that we take our first break. Again, as Aisha said, we're taking a longer break, half an hour, because we want to be sensitive to the fact that it is difficult to sit at your desk for a long time. You might have email that you're tempted to check, and hopefully you haven't been during this so far. That's part of why we built in all this time in the middle, so that hopefully you feel a little bit less pressure to pay attention to the webinar. But I'm happy to stay on if anyone has any questions right now. And but please feel free to take a break. We will start back up promptly at 11. So if anyone has a question, please feel free to answer. Otherwise, we'll all be back at 11.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron. Yes, just kind of give an overview. We are going to take a break from 10:30 to 11, and then at noon we will still break for lunch. So we'll go another hour when we come back, and then we'll break at noon again. I hope that answers anybody's questions, and we'll start recording during this time.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, well, if we're recording, I guess we got to get started. All right, well, all jokes aside, I think we will. I think it's time. So, all right, thank you all for coming back, and we'll do this other chunk before we hit for lunch either at noon or when we finish this section, whichever comes first. So, all right, we had gotten. I see. Oh, here we are. Yes. So we were at the topic of drug driving. So this is a really sticky subject, and one that I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about, because there is a lot of confusion and misinformation around this in particular. I think that there's a myth that, another one of these myths, that you can drive high and it's fine, or you're just going to drive slowly and that'll make you safer. And that is just patently untrue. You are actually impaired in a number of different ways when you are high. And you are not fit to drive a vehicle. And actually, one of the biggest issues right now is we don't have even a good way of measuring when you're impaired, when you're no longer impaired, and how you would know if you're too impaired. And I want to explain a little bit more about that now. So this graph is showing blood THC levels as someone is smoking a joint. Worth mentioning as well, if you look at the THC content, it's 3.55, and it's very difficult to find anything like that these days. That low these days, but each of the arrows is an inhale. So you can see that as someone's smoking it, they're taking first these deeper drags, and then towards the end they do what's called self-titrating, where they take little puffs when they're as high as they want to be. And then what you'll notice here is that it's this very steep decline of THC in the blood. And actually, I think if we go to the next one, you can see that it's basically entirely out of the blood between 3 and 5-ish hours if you smoke it or vape it. That's the green and blue line. Now, why that is meaningful is a couple of things. So first off, THC is a very lipophilic substance. That means that it's attracted to fat. And our brain is actually 70% fat. It's like a big ball of fat up there. And so yes, absolutely, the THC goes out of your blood, but it doesn't get metabolized out. It goes into your brain and continues to impact you for a significant amount of time afterwards. This is a big difference between THC and alcohol, where the amount of alcohol in your blood is directly related to a level of impairment, factoring out any tolerance that someone might have. THC is not like that, and there's been a number that's been thrown around of 5 nanograms per liter, and actually, then this will be on the next slide, showing just one of the examples where it's been found to be meaningless, and that you could have under 5, over 5, sometimes even nothing at all if it's been recent, and you could still be too impaired to drive. We actually don't even metabolize alcohol at the same, THC rather, at the same rate. Alcohol is pretty consistent in how quickly it makes it out. THC is not. And so this is a big issue for law enforcement in terms of being able to actually prove that someone is driving under the influence if there's no really reliable way to test that they're impaired from THC. But it's also really an issue for someone who's consumed it. We actually have at least one study that I've seen that has found motor impairment present in someone 24 hours after they used a THC product. All right, here, hold on. I'm going to pause speaking for a second. I'm seeing, is my screen not maximized right now? Is it still small?
It's not in slideshow, so we can still see all the others.
You know what I think happened? I have an idea. Is it better now?
Yeah, thank you.
Ah, good. All right. Sorry that I missed you there. So were you able to see this last slide as well?
No, I think there was a few people that were interested in it. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So here I'll backpedal for a second. I'm sorry that we had that little glitch there. So here's the slide I was describing with the arrows and how you can see the big breaths in the beginning and then the little ones and then the steep drop off on that top blue line. Also, I guess as long as we're looking at this graph again, if you notice that line towards the bottom with the square, that 11-OH-THC, that is one of the metabolites of THC, and that also has been shown to have motor impairment effects. So there's all sorts of unknowns about this, where like that might be residual in the system for a while. How much? How long? Police officers really don't have an easy time telling this, and again, neither do you if you're the one using it. Now, even beyond just the issue with the smoking and the vaping, I apologize for the extra phone there in the background. Let's see if I can turn that off. Is edibles. And so the black line down there is edibles, the oral administration, and what you're seeing there is that you don't even reach that peak blood concentration until about 3.5 hours after ingestion. And that is problematic for road safety for a couple of reasons. One is that if you've never used edibles before, or you don't really know how much THC was in your edible, you could be higher than you thought. You could be higher on the road than you were when you left, which is a very disturbing thought. Additionally, with edibles, unlike with a joint, you cannot self-titrate. There's no way to back off once you've started down that path unless you induce vomiting, and most people are not going to do that. So whatever you ate is going in, and so it's much easier to get yourself up a creek with that than it is with some of these other products. Kind of by the same lines, some people who are inexperienced might take one edible and say, well, that's not the way that I wanted to feel, and then take another, not understanding that they needed to wait a much longer time to feel it. So there's just a number of concerns related to edibles safety, not to mention also when they're not in packaging, or if someone chooses to just cook with extracts or any other THC product, that if that's not properly cared for, kids can get their hands on it, and that could be very negative for their health. So just another reinforcing aspect about this, where you look at THC over time compared to performance. So the pink line in this one is the THC concentration. And you'll notice there's that spike up and down when you take it in through the lungs. And I'll mention as well, part of the reason, I'm going to go back a slide, why we see this difference is that we have so much more surface area in our lungs than we do in our stomach. So our stomach, it's got to go through the food. It's kind of like the reason why if someone drinks on an empty stomach, it hits them really quickly. It's because it just goes straight into the membrane, into the tissue. With edibles, it's got to go through food, and compared to the alveoli in your lungs, it's absolutely no contest, and that's part of why there's a difference there. But in terms of this graph, what you're looking at there again with the pink is the THC concentration. The performance on this motor test, you notice there takes a dip pretty immediately. And right at the end is where you're starting to notice at the 2-hour mark, where people feel like their subjective high is going down, but their performance is not going up by the same amount. And so that's where we start to get concerned, and where we really need more data long-term about this and across a lot of different people. Because again, there is no breathalyzer for this. No one can just take a look at it. All right, I just want to make sure that I'm not seeing things late. I'm now seeing something in chat saying, from Jamie saying no graphs. Can you guys confirm that you're seeing traffic safety concerns right now?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, we are all together now. So this next one, speaking to that point as well, this is looking at walk and turn. That's what WAT stands for, clues. So this was a study looking at people who had any amount of THC in their blood and not on a walk and turn sobriety, field sobriety test. And what they found was that the median for people who had no THC in their system from the sample was 0. Needing any help with that field sobriety test, the median for people with THC in their system was 3. And that was very statistically significant, and that statistical gobbledygook there, third line down with the p is greater than 0.05 means it did not matter whether or not it was greater than or equal to or less than 5 nanograms per liter. Any amount of THC in the blood had that impact. So it's just a very wishy-washy area, and it's part of the reason why when we're talking about loopholes in the law that are not consistent with public safety, these public consumption facilities that have been proposed are like accidents waiting to happen, because people have to get home, and unless, like, if they don't, at a bar, if you do not designate a driver, then you theoretically could potentially wait long enough to get yourself home. Like, you have a drink, you have even 2 drinks, and if you're able to wait a little while, you can drive home safely when your blood alcohol content is low enough. With marijuana, we have no way to actually gauge. You have 1 joint, and you might be actually done in terms of like being legally competent to drive for a much longer period of time, and we have no bounds on what that time is. So it's very challenging. And what this has led to has absolutely been more issues on the road. I could present a lot of information about this, but this one's from the Insurance Information Institute, looking at collision claim frequency following recreational marijuana legalization. There's been comparisons to other states. The bottom line is it's exactly what you'd expect. If there's a state where people are using it more, if a greater percentage of the state uses marijuana, which is what happens particularly with adults 18 and up, this is what tends to happen in states that legalize. More people are going to use it, more people are going to drive while doing it, and that creates more issues on the road. Now, the last aspect of this I want to talk about is the gateway drug effect. And the way that the SAMHSA survey, the national level data, comes out, it doesn't lump, I can't just like pick out the 18 to 25 range as easily, but I've got a very good 12 to 17 year graph, and this is pretty representative, so you'll have to excuse the slightly younger age range here, but we can absolutely use it as a springboard for the topic. So this is another area where you hear a lot of whispers about there being a controversy, and this is another area where those of us in the addiction treatment business are very clear that there is no controversy about this, and it absolutely is a gateway drug. But I think the confusion comes from, again, what does gateway mean and how does it work? And so I want to try to clarify that for you guys today. So let's start with the data, and then we'll talk about the label. So what you're looking at here are for youth aged 12 to 17 years. If they've used marijuana in the past month, they are in the orange column. If they have not, they're in the blue column. And you can see that in each of these groups, the orange is a lot higher. Cigarette use, illicit drug, alcohol, etc. But the illicit drug other than marijuana use. So that's the quote unquote harder drugs category is 10 times higher if a youth has used marijuana in the last month. This is a longitudinal study that is showing the chances. This was from a 2017 study from that's looking at the chances that someone is going to develop a new addiction to prescription opioid pills if they use marijuana recreationally. And if you look at this graph, you can see that occasional use, that odds ratio, is 5 times higher than no use, 0.5 to 2.7 or so. Frequent and very frequent use are about 8 times as high, more than 8 times as high, that you're going to develop a new addiction to an opioid painkiller if you're using marijuana recreationally. This is over the course of 3 years. This, by the way, is what a time bomb looks like in terms of opioid addiction, and we are still fighting off an opioid epidemic. And this is another, this is more data pulled from a national survey, the NISDA survey, that 92% of people who have used heroin have used marijuana first at some point beforehand. Now, so I want to talk a little bit about the gateway label and try to clarify how this all hangs together and how we look at this. Because the first thing that people will say, and that I actually even said earlier today, was that correlation does not prove causation, and that is absolutely true. You know, as a psychologist, you will never hear me debating that is not true, because it is. However, there are some times where we can put a preponderance of correlational evidence together with a mechanism that is widely agreed upon for why the correlate, like what the mechanism could be, and then we as a community accept that there's a causal relationship, or there's a strong connection, even if we've never met the general standard of evidence for that. And so what I mean by that is this. Let's take, for example, this statement, which is going to sound kind of bold, but I'm going to explain it. We do not actually know, we have not proven that cigarettes cause cancer in humans. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Generally, if we're talking about causational inferences, right, if we're talking about causational conclusions, we're talking about ideally a randomized controlled double-blinded study where we'd have maybe like 30,000 people chain smoking cigarettes for 50 years and another 30,000 people not, and then see who's got cancer and who's dead at the end of it. That would be incredibly unethical. We cannot do that. And so instead, what we have is our very strong correlations linking cigarette smoking to cancer, you know, of the mouth and throat and lungs over and over and over and over again. And we have a very plausible mechanism for why that would be the case. And in the case of cancer from cigarettes, is DNA mutagenesis. If you think back to the vaping presentation, we know that tobacco and the carcinogens contained therein cause DNA mutagenesis, and we know that DNA mutagenesis causes cancer. Ergo, cigarettes cause cancer, and everybody accepts this. So let's bring this back to what's going on here with marijuana and the idea that it's a gateway drug. Preponderance of correlational evidence that's replicated over years and years and years and years. Check. You know, it's very significant. Now, what would be the mechanism? Well, it's the biggest difference between addiction and cancer is that addiction is not a purely biological problem. It is a biopsychosocial syndrome. There's absolutely a biological component, particularly that comes in after your body develops that dependency, but there is also a psychological component of addiction that centers around habitual unhealthy coping methods. There's just triggers that come from, you know, if you go back to just kind of like basic conditioning principles, where, to use 12-step terminology, people, places, and things are triggers for use and can actually make someone go through a craving. There's that element of it as well. And then there's also a social element where people, by the time they've got an addiction, generally have surrounded themselves by people who are using like they are, or have isolated themselves and or burned bridges with healthy people in their life. And so in treatment, we have to treat all of those things to lift somebody back up again. It's not just biological. But so how does that mechanism, though? How does the fact that this is biopsychosocial work in terms of a gateway drug? Well, let me try this example out. So imagine that you got a kid, and you know, 17, 18, maybe this is a freshman in college, and they've never used any sorts of drugs before. Maybe they haven't even drank, but everyone's smoking around them, and so or is vaping around them. So they're like, all right, well, maybe I'll just do it too. It's not such a big deal, right? Everybody's doing it. And so now they're vaping, and that's not a hard sell, right? Because that's low perceived risk. Juxtapose that to someone, you know, say this freshman's friend walks up to them with a bag of heroin and is like, hey, do you want to tie off and go inject it? They'd probably be like, no, absolutely not. I do not want to do that. It would probably freak them out, because nobody actually starts with heroin. Nobody starts with heroin. The perceived risk is way too high. So instead, they start with vaping, and then at some point, you know, someone either brings along marijuana or brings along a THC jewel cartridge that's been filled with THC, something along those lines. And they're like, oh, like whatever, like it's not such a big deal. I like these people. I want to be part. Like it's legal anyway, so it can't be that bad. Isn't it a medicine? It's just a plant, like whatever, what's the big deal? And so then they start using it. And what that means though is that they're falling into a group of people who tends to get high for fun. And that means that they are a greater likelihood. Again, the risk is higher. This is not determinism, this is risk. The risk is higher that at some party they're going to be at, they're going to run into some cocaine, or they're going to run into some ecstasy, or they're going to run into some LSD, or they're going to run into a bar of Xanax. And maybe maybe they try it because these are their people. This is how they have fun, right? Not such a big deal. This is already someone now who's been vaping, he's been using THC, who gets high for fun. Not such a hard sell to do that stuff. And maybe they hit a Norco and they really like that because this is an opioid and it gives them that sense of euphoria and they think it's fantastic. But then it's also very addictive. And so now they're moving on to Oxy and then maybe Dilaudid. And then eventually, because it starts to cost a lot to get these things, they switch over to heroin because it's cheaper, because it's less safe. But usually when you switch over to heroin, you start by snorting it because that's seen as, it's less distasteful and less risk of infectious disease than injecting it. And then eventually someone gets to injecting heroin. But nobody starts there. Nobody starts there. The best way to say it is that, like, if heroin is step 5, you have to do steps 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 before you get to step 5. You don't ever start at nobody starts with step 5. And so gateway is literally exactly what it sounds like. It opens a gateway. If you do not take step 1, you will not take step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. In all likelihood, 92% of people who use heroin have used marijuana first. And if you ask people in treatment for opioid use disorder who have used heroin, they will all tell you the same thing from their own experience, because nobody starts there. So again, when people are talking about the gateway drug, I think sometimes people feel like it's robbing them of their personal agency, or saying that like look at me, this didn't happen to me. Most people who use marijuana do not use heroin, but the vast majority of people who use heroin have used marijuana first. And so if you take that risk factor away, the chances of you progressing are minuscule. So that's what a gateway drug actually means, and hopefully that makes sense. When we're done with the section, I'll be happy to take questions if you have any about that or otherwise. But again, this is one of those things where I think particularly young people who are using marijuana don't like to hear that, because they're like, oh, that's not going to happen to me. That's not going to happen to me. And maybe it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know. None of us can actually see the future, but it's not about saying that you're stupid or you're going to do it or anything like that. It's literally just saying, if you're getting high for fun right now, you've opened the door, you've opened a gateway for this to progress. If you're not doing that, the chances of you ever using methamphetamine, ever using heroin, ever using cocaine are a lot lower. So youth really is the target demographic for all addiction for profit industries, because 90% of all addictions start in the teenage years. So if you are in the business of addiction for profit, you have to go after kids. You have to skew young. It's really just basic economics. So it's really bad news for us if we care about the health of our young people, but they know exactly what they're doing. So here's an example of current practices in Colorado. And again, when you look at these products, and you ask yourself, what age demographic are these lollipops and gummies marketed at? It's not the older crowd. It's just not. That's not who's drawn to the gummies like that and the cannabis pops. But what I want to show you guys as well, and we're not around a table or in a room, so I can't ask you this question, but I want to actually show you what's going on here in Illinois. And then I'll also show you what's been happening in Colorado for ages for comparison, because I think it's really important to see it. I don't know if any of you guys have been to a marijuana dispensary or have been to their website before. If you have, this probably won't be very new for you. But if you haven't, this hopefully will be useful. And what I'm actually going to pull up to start is going to be what's still a medical dispensary. So until things get overturned, our dispensary in Naperville is still just medical. And So this is a medical marijuana dispensary, and what I want to show you, I wanted to scroll down here and take a look at the names of these products, and just think about who are these marketed at. So this again is medical marijuana. 707 high headband, blue cheese, alien rock candy, Durban poison flow, bio Jesus, ghost train haze, grape god bud, gorilla glue number 4, golden goat, gumbo, sweet island sweet skunk, kosher kush, maui wowie, outer space, kush 1, stardug guava, OG 18, strawberry cough, platinum Girl Scout cookies, sour diesel. I mean, I think you guys are getting the idea. Quickly, does anybody know what OG stands for? Do you guys know what that's slang for?
No.
Anyone know? OG stands for Original Gangster. And if you look at how it's being advertised, they're calling it a winner of the High Times Cannabis Cup in 09 and 010. And you know, like, so you don't advertise like that if you're trying to reach 65-year-old women with MS. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not who this is for. That's not who this is for. I actually only learned this recently. So this one over here, someone had to point this out to me. Strawberry cough, known for its sweet smell of fresh strawberries and an expanding sensation that can make even the most seasoned consumer cough. Strawberry cough is a blah, 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 blah. You might be wondering, like, why would we be talking, like, why would we want a medicine where they're advertising that it makes you cough? Does anyone know the answer to that one? No? So it's because there's this phrase, if you don't cough, you don't get off. So you're not going to get high unless you cough. And again, you wouldn't know that unless you were already a current marijuana user and you had been and you've been part of that subculture. Advertising, marketing is always on purpose. It's always on purpose. Like, I learned embarrassingly late in life that goldfish crackers aren't just born that way. You know, they're shaped like goldfish because kids like them. That's why they're like that. Same thing with animal crackers, right? Kids, it's because kids will like them more. We could have called this anything. Absolutely anything. You know, like Advil, you wouldn't know what Advil was unless somebody told you. Same thing with Tylenol. Mucinex maybe a little bit, right? You actually could call this anything, but instead, this is the market. This is what's been going on in the medical marijuana market, what's still going on in Naperville. And it's worth mentioning that there is no difference between medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. It's all exactly the same. It's like there's no medical Norco and fun Norco. You know, like it's all just Norco. It's all actually the same stuff. And so, you know, you got to ask yourself, and maybe it's not so much of a mystery anymore, why have they been doing this for years? Why have they been marketing it this way for years? Why have they been positioning themselves this way for years? I want to show you one other thing as it pertains to medical marijuana, just because I think it belies another important point of what are the sorts of messages that people are getting when they're in these stores? What are they being told about what's safe, what's not, and what they should do? Because when you have a medical marijuana card, you can buy whatever you want once you have it. It's not like you get a prescription for a certain thing. And so a lot of times dispensary employees are guiding people towards certain products. And now of course, you know, that it's recreational, people can just buy whatever they want anyway. The only difference between those two different facets of this in Illinois is that there's vastly fewer taxes on medical marijuana. Medical marijuana, you have to pick a home dispensary, so you can only buy it from your home dispensary. And there's certain amounts of stock that has to be reserved for medical patients so that they don't run out. But other than that, and that they actually can grow their own at home, although I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of having a standardized market, but they can also grow 5 plants at home. But this is their concentrates. So I should mention, and again, we're not going too far into medical today, but there is really no good evidence that these high potency concentrates are useful for anything medical. But I want to take us down to one that when I read this, I just absolutely couldn't believe it. And I wanted to share it with you because it's been on here for months and months, not going away. So I want to read RSO Purple Urkel to you. The term Rick Simpson oil RSO refers to extremely potent decarboxylated extracts produced from strong sedative indica strains, which have THC levels in the 90% range. This harmless, non-addictive natural medication can be used with great success to cure or control cancer, MS, pain, diabetes, arthritis, asthma, infections, inflammations, blood pressure, depression, sleeping problems, and just about any other medical issues that one can imagine. Like, wow, right? Like, it makes me think that like there's our coronavirus vaccine. Like I can imagine that. But like this is literally why we have the FDA. Because this is on their website, this is how they're advertising it. It's just blatantly false in so many ways, but this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying about their product. Just another view here of medical marijuana. Here's one literally called green crack. Again, this is a medical marijuana dispensary, but again, it's all the same. Like this is also something that you could buy recreationally, and you know, as soon as this dispensary gets licensed for that, they will be doing that. These were the folks, by the way, when I mentioned at the beginning that they put $80,000 into the referendum. These were the guys who did it. But yeah, it's a THC 24.25. Green crack. So again, but when you ask like, what is this normalizing? What is this creating? What message is this sending out to our young adults? That this is something that's being sanctioned and promoted and said like we do this for fun. It's very concerning. A couple other that I want to make sure that we take a look at while we're looking at the industry. So this one is not displaying in the way that I would have preferred. They're usually a little more horizontal. Let me see if I can refresh and get a little better display. Nope. All right. Well, all right. So these part of what we struggle with these cartridges as well. So the flavor ban, that was for nicotine, but they flavor marijuana as well. This dab stuff absolutely can be flavored. Like here's golden goat, orange cream, banana cream, lime sorbet, lemon haze, potent pineapple, red apple, blue raz. These elite cartridges are well over 80% THC by volume. Same thing, strawberry, same flavors. So this was another thing where when they negotiated this flavor ban that really didn't do what it needed to do anyway, they made sure to exclude the THC industry from it. It was actually something that was insisted upon at this federal level, that you don't do it to THC, despite the fact that they're literally doing the exact same thing. And again, this is the sort of thing that is the most associated with psychotic breaks, the most associated with cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, the most associated with permanent structural changes to the brain. And here it is in all these different flavors. Here is a 500 milligram Rice Krispie treat. Again, just who does this appeal to? And this is a medible. Again, this is supposed to be medical here. And then lastly, here we are in Colorado at Native Roots, which is their biggest dispensary chain. Here, I'm just gonna struggling here, guys. Struggling. Let's try to center it. At their biggest dispensary chain. And again, when you look at what they've got here, it looks just like our medical and now recreational dispensaries. Durban Poison, we have that one. Afghani, Stardot. This always changes a little bit. Pineapple Express, Fruit Snack, Northern Lights, some more OG stuff, Flow. We have Flow. So it's, yeah. I mean, and again, this is what's been going on. This is what's been going on for ages, and we've been calling it medical marijuana. So anyway, again, when you look at this and you ask, who is going to be attracted to these names? Who is this marketed at? Is it someone who's 60? Is it someone who's 50? Or is it someone more who's 30, who's 20, even younger, right? Who's really aiming for this? Not necessarily that the market is actually going for this. I wouldn't necessarily go this far, but one of the common routes that you see about how kids get their hand on this on all sorts of products like alcohol and others underage is that someone older goes and buys it for them and then either gives it to them or sells it to them, right? I mean, this happens all the time. So it's something that we really have to be watchful for and mindful of, and just understand what the forces are at work, because these aren't just things that are benignly named and not trying to either promote the subculture or appeal to the younger demographic. They absolutely are. And if you look at demographics of just who's using what in the country, it tends to follow that. All right, so let's get back to our slides here. So to kind of bring this first bit full circle, a study that just came out in last August found that the kids who use e-cigarettes are 3.5 times higher, more likely to use THC in marijuana. So there's that link again, right? If someone's vaping nicotine, they are 3.5 times more likely to use marijuana at some point. But what's sad and also interesting about this as well, in the progression that these young people are going through, is that prior to the youth vaping epidemic, there was actually a paper published on this. Marijuana had just surpassed nicotine as the first drug in the normal drug sequencing process. That's what they call the gateway effect in some of the literature. They call it drug sequencing. And marijuana had just become the most common drug that young people start with, moving past nicotine. I think that was data from 2017 though, so now I'd imagine that nicotine has swung back again. But all of these behaviors tend to hang together and are held together by the social forces, the psychological forces, and the biological forces. Just another thing to be aware of as these folks are going into college, 1 in 4 12th graders said that they would try marijuana or increase their current use more if it were legalized in their state. This was from Monitoring the Future out of University of Michigan a couple of years ago. It's a longitudinal study that's been going on. It's been going on kind of pretty much forever, like I think 3 or 4 decades now. But just something again to realize when we think about how the perceived risk is going down and what that means for young people's health trajectories. So we are on to our last module in the first section. So I do think that we'll be able to get this done by noon, and then we can have a nice pivot to the other side of things after the break. So I kind of want to back up again and just kind of look at how things have been changing over time in our perspective on these substances, and then also how that relates to kratom. So you go back a number of years, and you get and you get a lot of this, right? Where there were a lot of efforts to talk about don't use drugs, slogans, and working with cartoons, and drug-free is the way to be, and like this was really, you go back like two to 3 decades or more, and that's what the prevailing view of things was. Now things are getting different. You start to see dichotomies presented like this: prescription drugs versus cannabis, a matter of life and death, choose wisely. Opioids kills more people than motor vehicle accidents. Well, actually, it just says prescription drugs. No recorded case of death by cannabis overdose ever. Untrue, but right. So they're trying to make a case that way for why you should do it. That natural remedies help you recover from illness faster. And here's, the high club anxiety and stress, 10 natural remedies to deal with both. Again, kind of really leaning in this idea of plants, on nature, that we should be moving away from science and pharmaceuticals and towards these more like herbal, nature-backed solutions. And then kratom, which we're going to talk a lot more about here, relating to, there's talking about like there's that leaf and natural, it's on this wood background, relieves pain, enhances mood, increases focus, more energy, uplifting effect. So there's been this real push towards that quote unquote natural is better. Which again, it's not to say that polypharmacy is good. We don't like polypharmacy either, but it's kind of been like a trend that's really gotten a lot of legs. And that's led to just a lot of stuff going on with cannabis plants in general, with hemp, with marijuana, with the CBD craze, where, you're seeing it put in everything, despite the fact, like you ask just about anyone who's a pain medicine physician, who's not a pain medicine physician, like one, will the CBD help me with my pain? And two, should I be rubbing it on my skin? Should I be taking it as a pill? I mean, no one will know the answer. But all these products are being sold as if they're definitely going to do something. We're starting to see these things about, like comparing alcohol and marijuana, and say like, oh, well, alcohol is legal, therefore, like marijuana should be legal as well because look how good it is, and cures cancer, blah 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 blah. Marijuana, hey, at least it's not crack. Again, that argument of saying like, let's take a really low bar and say like, well, let's do this other thing that's not good because it's not as bad. Kind of, there's a lot of fallacies there. But where that's changing into as well are these things on the bottom that we've been talking about, with these really highly potent concentrates and extracts, these pre-cartridge, these packaged ones that, again, like the ones on the left there are ones that you'd have to use the modified bong for, or one of those special chambered vape pens. Then there's these cartridges there on the right. It's starting to move into that for, again, these really intense highs that can have serious consequences, and also into like the commercialization of what we were looking at earlier with all of these flavors, even just around nicotine. And the progression of this is getting, it's kind of like riding this wave of, it's a plant, but when you, and therefore it must be better. But when you kind of look at where it's going, it's not really in sync with that. And so that's the backdrop that I want to talk. I want to set to talk about kratom. And so, if you're not familiar with kratom, it's a leaf-based drug, grows naturally in Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. It's just on the trees there. It's all around. At low doses, it has a stimulant effect. At high doses, it actually has an opioid effect, and it is a sedative and an analgesic. And by an opioid effect, I literally mean it is an opioid. It hits the same, it hits the B receptors just like other opioids do. It has a slightly different receptor mechanism of action, but it is absolutely an opioid, to the point where in our Suboxone clinics here at Linden Oaks, we actually have, I think, 2 patients right now in our clinic on Suboxone entirely because of kratom. Like, it is legitimately an opioid. However, it actually is not regulated in any way right now. More on that in a second. The active ingredients here are mitragynine, and its first decomposition as it metabolizes 7-hydroxymitragynine. And these are the things that produce that low dose stimulant effect and higher dose opioid effect. And again, it's not currently regulated at all federally. So what that means is if you go online right now and type in buy kratom, you will get bunches of websites where you can just buy it, ship it to your house. There are bunches of kratom storefronts all around the country, certainly here in Illinois, certainly here in Chicago, where you can just go in and buy yourself an opioid. The city of Naperville, which is where my main hospital is located, just last year passed a resolution that said that you cannot sell kratom to anybody under 21 because they figured they'd at least start there, which is great. But again, we're literally talking about an opioid, which is something that is generally a controlled substance, and you have to have a prescription for. I'm not sure if this is going to be on a later slide, but it also does not show up on normal drug tests. So to test for kratom, you have to do a special test that costs a tremendous amount. And so if there's someone who does not want to show up positive on a drug test, if they were to take kratom, the very strong chances is that that would never be detected. To put it in perspective, we're not working with this lab anymore, but when we were, our normal 12-panel drug screen would cost $5.75 per patient to do. If we wanted to do a kratom screen, it would cost $75 to do. So it was, unless we knew someone had that as a problem, we weren't just screening for it as a matter of course, because that would be ridiculous and add up considerably. Now, how do people take it? You can either brew it in tea or powder it and put it in capsules, sprinkle it on foods, mix it into beverages. However, it can also be concentrated into a syrup. So I thought I had it on this slide, but it can be kind of bitter though. So why people tend to put it into beverages and put on foods is that eating it or drinking it alone can be kind of distasteful. But what you're seeing here is kind of like this initial stage of this industry going sideways. So I don't know if you're familiar with the slang lean or purple drink, it's all the same thing. And what it is it's basically like a mixed drink they usually make in a very large bowl with cough syrup with codeine in it. So you've got an opioid in there with the codeine, some sort of carbonated beverage like Sprite or Mountain Dew or something like that. I have Sprite though, 7-Up, and then a bunch of melted Jolly Ranchers to sweeten it up, and give it more flavor. And that is lean. And so this is called legal lean because it is an opioid, but it is legal because it has kratom in it. So this is, again, when we're talking about where does this stuff go and what happens when this hits the mainstream, because it's not yet, but like how do we get ahead of this? Briefly, first reported use of kratom was in 1836 worldwide, but likely much earlier. It's mainly used as an endurance enhancer for day laborers in Malaysia. So the stimulant increases work efficiency, endurance, and tolerance to heat, and the opioid effect is used to reduce pain and relax. So they had these trees growing all over the place. They're out working very hard. It is very hot. They used this essentially to push themselves as hard as they could. Currently, the way we're seeing it used, particularly in this country, is that it's used either for recreation, so just straight up getting high, or self-medication of chronic pain, mood disorders, or withdrawal symptoms. And I say self-medication of chronic pain because this is not anything that a physician is going to be suggesting or prescribing on their own, because there's absolutely no regulation or control over any of it. Like there are, much like marijuana, there's a lot of different strains. There's no consistency. It's not run through the FDA, so that would never really happen. And so, I mean, if you want to see something interesting, go to YouTube, type in kratom, or kratom tea, or just poke around a little bit and watch some videos, and you'll see what I mean. There's just a lot of people essentially treating themselves for whatever condition is that they have, and they feel like this would help. And it makes sense, right? If people are having pain, they're dosing themselves with an opioid. If they are having a mood disorder, I mean, part of why opioids are so hard to drop is that they make you euphoric, and so that takes care of some of I mean, if you have a disorder that would respond to, that's why people get addicted to it in the first place. Or to treat withdrawal symptoms from opioids. It is currently the most common drug of misuse in Thailand as well. So it's the #1 drug. And in the US, it first got here in the 1980s, but it's seen a marked increase. And this is part of why I wanted to talk with you guys about it today. I don't have easy access to a more updated graph. But my understanding is that this is likely to still increasing year after year after year. So these are kratom-related poison control calls and number of exposure calls. And you can see that that's going up every single year. And again, given the buzz and how it's coming up more and more, I wouldn't be surprised if this graph looked very similar, extended out to cover the last 4. So why this matters is there's a couple of reasons. One, there's that poison control graph again, but the complaints: agitation, tachycardia, drowsiness, vomiting, confusion. The severe complaints are seizure, withdrawal, hallucinations, respiratory depression, coma, cardiac or respiratory arrest. There were actually 152 unintentional overdose deaths involving kratom in an 18-month span between 2016 and 2017. It was the cause of death, ruled the cause of death in 92 of them, and the only substance in someone's system for 7. So again, this is not something this is not on the level of like fentanyl, absolutely not, but it is still something that is an opioid and can kill you. The issue again is that because it's better, people tend to mix it with things, so it's not quite as harsh. And as I mentioned, it also carries some addiction risk. So why isn't it scheduled or regulated? It's not recognized as a dietary supplement. The FDA has designated it as an opioid and recently as a drug of concern, but they haven't moved forward. The reason for that is actually back in, I think it was 2016, I think that's my next bullet, Health and Human Services recommended that it was classified as a Schedule I substance, but they got a lot of pushback from certain lawmakers, as well as an online petition organized by the American Kratom Association, because they do have a trade industry, basically saying that you shouldn't do it, here's why, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so here we are now 4 years later, and again, this is a completely unregulated opioid that is just being straight up sold on the street. Now, some places have taken it upon themselves to ban sale, so you can't sell it in these states, and there are some cities that have banned it as well. But to me, this is another example of kind of like we're seeing across a number of these different constructs where the pressure from industry overwhelms healthcare's voice, because healthcare does not have the megaphone that tens of thousands or millions of dollars provides. And it's very difficult to break through that firewall when we all have day jobs. Like we're not full-time lobbyists. But it's it's a tricky situation. So thoughts to consider as we leave this section, and then we'll have a couple minutes at the end for questions if you have any. So where do we stand on society, stand as a society on self-experimentation and self-medication versus public health and safety, or encouraging intoxication as recreation? And this is something that, this is kind of like an underlying question that's just kind of simmering beneath the surface of all of this, and sometimes comes up as reasons and sometimes comes back down again. But what are the implications of this, right? Like, we have no idea about road safety on kratom, or even really marijuana is really fuzzy for that matter. What about like pregnancy for kratom? We could talk for a while about marijuana and pregnancy and confusion around that for people and the problems that's caused. What's the long-term impact of kratom use, of marijuana use? What about a cost-benefit analysis? That's in medicine. Whenever we're talking about doing a procedure or prescribing a medicine, there's either an internal with the physician or ideally collaborative cost-benefit process where you talk about options, you talk about pros and cons, and then decide on what you're going to do. If you're just buying something and dosing yourself, you are not doing that. And there might actually be better options for you that aren't addictive, that you're not getting around to. So I think that there's just a lot we had, just to think of as a society, and maybe some trains that are leaving the station. But the question is, where does it go from here? I know that something that I keep in mind a lot is that with the tobacco industry, like if you flash back to like the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, smoking was cool. All the cool movie stars did it. Like everyone who was cool, like so many, like the majority of adults smoked. And somewhere along the line, we know that the Surgeon General announcement was a turning point in terms of usage rates, but somewhere towards the end of it, smoking actually started becoming viewed as disgusting. And society actually kind of turned away from it as an act, and is not viewed as cool anymore. It's viewed as gauche. It's viewed as, now granted, we're on to vaping, but even so, I think that I'm not quite sure how to do it, but somewhere along the way we made that pivot on cigarettes, and I think that is really at the core of why the smoking rate is so low right now. I think a lot of what we're running into right now is cultural. It is culturally based. It is the way that just a society is viewing perceived risk, viewing the role of intoxication in their lives, self-medication, et cetera. And so part of what the struggle is that although there's still a place for science and facts, I heard this quote somewhere, I forget now where it was, but bringing facts to a culture war is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. It's just not what's going to necessarily work. And so I don't necessarily know the best way out of this, but I think that the more that we can critically think about these things, and those with platforms to push change, even if it's just within a local community, should really seize on that, because I think that's really what's going to lead us forward. There's also this movement towards natural remedies versus specific medications or compounds. So just want to throw out fluoride as a cautionary tale here. Now, obviously, fluoride is a mineral, but there is that whole fiasco about people saying like, oh, like putting fluoride in the water and it's bad for us, we need to get it out. But the bottom line is that fluoride is the thing that strengthens the enamel on your teeth. And if you are not getting fluoride regularly, you are at far greater risk of developing cavities. Bottom line, there is no plant for that. Like it is just what that is. And there are some times also when medications are there for a reason. And so I think just personally, and I know this is just my bias being where I am in healthcare, but I think we just have to look at the evidence, and we have to be very honest about when we're engaging in what I call more speculative herbology, which can be fine, right? We can see what supplements do or what they're purported to do, and it can either work or be a great placebo or not work or something, and any of that can be fine as long as you're not putting yourself at risk. But I think it's important that we don't just discard our scientific and medical progress because it's not plant-based. I think that might be short-sighted. And can we learn anything from from the tobacco industry, from the marijuana industry? Do we even want to? And I've got actually a lot more pictures where these came from, but this is how people were advertising tobacco. A health cigar, smoke a fresh cigarette. They were constantly putting themselves right up next to health and medicine. I've got a video of the Philip Morris executives in front of Congress claiming that nicotine is not addictive. So, I mean, it's literally like history is repeating itself here, and we are content to stand back and let it happen. And maybe that's just where we are. Maybe we actually want that, and maybe that is okay with us. But it's kind of shocking to see the same, kind of like fool me twice, shame on me. I feel like that's going on again here right now. And I just kind of wonder, is this actually who we are, or will we start to wise up before the next one comes through? Kratom or otherwise. So to sum this section up, vaping and marijuana are both chronically misunderstood, and this isn't an accident. From a health perspective, nobody should vape nicotine if they aren't already smoking cigarettes. This is because of the heavy metals, carcinogens, the addictive nature. Just again, another way to put it, if you're not already poisoning yourself with cigarettes, you're just poisoning yourself less with vaping, but you're still poisoning yourself. So there's absolutely no reason you should be vaping if you're not trying to switch entirely over to it from smoking. Marijuana is far from a benign substance and is particularly harmful for youth. And again, anyone under the age of 25 has an unfinished brain, and they need to be very, very careful with it, but particularly folks who are in their teenage years. New drug trends will continue to emerge as industry rises to meet demand. I mean, again, like a lot of these things are a long time percolating. You look at the marijuana industry's rise to be the billion-dollar industry that they are today, with all these nonprofits going and pushing state legislatures and even the federal government to change laws so that they can make more money. That took decades. And so it's not like we didn't necessarily have time to see it coming again, and I'm sure it will again. Maybe it'll be kratom, maybe it will be something else, but as long as there's this desire for numbing out, as long as there's there's the desire for escapism, a lack of good coping, a lack of feeling like you fit in a social culture that's a little bit more that's healthier, there's always going to be the demand. And so it's a tricky balance how you have to kind of like work with the supply side and try to fend that off and keep that as minimal as possible, while at the same time we can't lose sight of the fact that if people didn't use it and didn't want to use it, there'd be nobody to sell to. So really the core of all of this is, with an understanding of the problem, we're better positioned to affect the outcomes. So hopefully in the first portion of the presentation today, you feel like you did learn something that you didn't know before about these topics, maybe thought about things in some different ways. I don't think any of us have all the answers right now, but I do know that if we're not talking about it, seeing opportunities to make change and going for it, that nothing will, or someone else is going to write the story and the history on this instead of us. So that said, thank you guys so much for your time and attention on the first part of the program. It's 11:59 right now, but I'm happy to stay a couple minutes if you have some questions.
Thank you, Aaron. If anybody has some questions, now's a good time to ask. Otherwise, we will be back we'll reconvene at 1. So if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask them now, or you're free to ask them when we first come back as well. Otherwise, we will see you back. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, I actually have a question. This is Emma from Eastern Illinois University. I apologize. I was only able to catch kind of the last half of this portion. But I can't help but wonder, with the current health crisis that's happening right now, do you think we'll see more studies and more information regarding vaping and kind of the issues that brings on with your lungs and this respiratory illness that's going on right now?
There's already been a couple of studies or commentaries, at least. I'd have to, I know where to find them. I could dig and find them if I need to, but they've already commented that if someone is vaping, they are likely at more risk for serious complications than if they're not. So I don't know whether or not it'll push vaping use down. I mean, it's really hard to say. Well, actually, at the end of the next section, we'll be talking a little bit about at least my thoughts on coronavirus and college prevention and how it might affect some dynamics, at least in some way. But it's just super hard to predict. I think we're going through a very strange period right now where everything is having to change abruptly, and eventually it will end. But after it ends, it will be also, it's very difficult to predict what will happen afterwards in terms of how the economics have changed, how the culture of this country and the world have changed. It's kind of hard to predict how we're going to react. I mean, I think in some ways we're, at least as a country, I can't necessarily speak for the world, I think we're in a situation where we're being called to think about each other and to all work together on something. And if I could potentially see that being something that's very helpful. At the same time, I think that there's also a lot of fears being stoked about even just simply being near other people, and distancing of connections and stress. And I mean, gosh, it's hard to predict. But anyway, that was kind of a rambling answer. Yes, it does seem like vaping is associated with heightened risk for complications, but it's still very early, so we don't have a lot of data on it.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions for now? All right, folks. Well, thank you again, and I will see you after lunch.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 1.
This conference will now be recorded.
So the second half of the day is going to be focusing a little bit more on what we can do. The first half we were talking about what's going on, what these trends are, information to put you in a good position to have knowledgeable conversations with students. The second part is going to be talking more about where we are right now as a field in terms of prevention models, prevention science. So things are going to be a little bit different in the afternoon in that there will be the conceptual pivot. I'll also be actively just showing you what some of these tools are. So we'll be going to some websites again. I'll be mirroring my phone. I'll be screen sharing my phone, which occurs to me I should probably pull my phone in here. Otherwise, it will be very hard to show you my phone. But I'll be bringing my phone in so that I can show you what this looks like for some smartphone apps and ways potentially of supporting folks, both in terms of substance as well as generally, as mental health and substance use in college are very closely linked. Additionally, just as a reminder and to inform you if you were one who came a little bit late, we are going to have an opportunity before, essentially basically just before the break, to share our experiences with this and to swap ideas. Again, I think being able to do that is a very powerful thing, and we have a unique opportunity here. And if it's something that we're not interested in, or no one's really feeling very passionate about something, that is totally okay. We can just move along and potentially just get done a little bit earlier. But here we go. 1 second. Sorry, I just got my phone on, but I got rid of the echo. There we go. But otherwise, I think it would be great if we could share a little bit. I must admit, so I am a hospital administrator. I do not work at a college. So as much as I can and talk about the state of where things are right now, I am not on the ground. And that puts me actually, there's some irony here that my ivory tower is not the ivory tower. I don't know, but I'd love to hear from you and your thoughts and how theory actually meets practice and to swap some of those ideas. So, all right, let's dive into part 2. So what can we do? This is going to be our list that we're going to come back to as we branch off into a few different sections here. The first is understand why use occurs in the first place. And this might sound basic, and it is, it's foundational, but it's something actually that is different for everybody if we're talking about it on a micro level, and different for different communities if we start zooming out a little bit to a macro level. This kind of gets back to this idea of the demand, where if you have certain issues with substances on your campus, either pockets, if it's really widespread, there is a reason for that. And we've kind of got to swim upstream to the point where we can say, all right, where is it starting? And that's the point where you try to, where you push, where you lean in, where you try to have an intervention. Because we all know that we're even in the best of times, strapped for resources. You know, you don't have a million shots. You gotta pick and choose what you do, and so you gotta make it count. So in terms of precipitating factors for use, and I should mention, I linked to this guide on another page, but I drew this from a recent SAMS guide. It was just updated in 2019 for substance use prevention in collegiate settings. And so when I send out the PDF of this, it will be just a direct link, so you can just straight up click on it. But it literally was updated within the last 12 months, and so it's very up to date. And this is coming from that research. So the first individual, so basically we've got factors that pertain to the individual, and then we've got larger environmental factors. So in terms of the individual factors, high stress and poor coping. So and this is part of what leads to this increased rate of first years with pre-existing behavioral health concerns. So a lot of folks who make it into college, you know, depending on where you are, but they're very high achieving. And there's actually been a lot of research being done showing how the higher achieving students actually are in an extremely anxious place right now. They're being pushed very hard, and it can be very destabilizing with the competition. And so they're dealing with, I think the next bullet talks about transitional stress, moving out of their secure base, they're moving in, but then even just the workload of college. College, depending on how you structure it, absolutely can be a lot. I don't have to tell you guys that. And not everyone's been equipped with these sorts of coping skills. When it comes to mind, there's a gentleman actually who is doing very well now, but he passed through our IOP PhD program at Linden Oaks probably about, I don't know, maybe 6 months back. But he was in there for opioid use. And part of what he said was that, you know, this is a gentleman probably, I think, early 30s, actually a successful entrepreneur, but kind of things went sideways when the addiction hit in. But the program was very transformative for him. And one of his biggest takeaways was that if he'd actually learned how to cope with his feelings effectively earlier in his life, it would have saved him an absolute world of pain, the addiction included. And he was just really fumbling in the dark. He was having a rough time. No one ever really taught him how to do it, and it fell through. And so on an individual level, the more we can equip people to deal with these problems in healthy ways, the less that they are going to have to turn to a numbing agent, essentially, in order to escape from what they're feeling. So be it transitional stress, be it interpersonal relationships, which can also be very challenging, particularly at the beginning, but even as you go along, class load, people need to make sure that they've got those coping skills to handle. Now, in terms of social factors that lead to use, what we're in, this first bullet point is something that we talked a bit about in the last section, so I won't belabor the point too much, but there's just broad normalization and modeling right now around using substances in college. I mean, goodness, alcohol's been like that for, you know, time immemorial, like it's been like that forever. And right now, even vaping and marijuana is starting to move into that tier where, you know, I would still hazard to say that the majority of college students are not regular users of marijuana. It's probably getting pretty close in terms of at least past month use to the 50-50 pivot. And so they look up to their upperclassmen. If they're lowerclassmen, you know, they're looking at these societal factors, from athletes saying that it's okay to do it, to states legalizing marijuana. There's a lot of this going on, and in some ways, it's also viewed as a rite of passage, where this is part of the college experience, is that you're getting drunk, you're getting high, you're acting crazy, you're doing these sorts of things, and we kind of have to temper our expectations. We have to work within, I guess, to use Stephen Covey's model, our sphere of influence. I highly recommend the book 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I appreciate it on a number of different levels as a behavioral health provider. It's very elegantly put. A lot of really good principles, but one of the things that really stuck with me from there was this idea of your sphere of concern versus your sphere of influence, and that we might be concerned about a lot of things that we actually can't control. And I think that, and you'll be most successful working within the scope of what you can actually control. And so I think that's going to be one of the hardest parts as we look at prevention. Personally, I've done more prevention work in high school and junior high in my current role than I have on collegiate campuses. So I'll be interested in hearing what your experiences are with that. But I do think it's possible to change a culture within an area or within an institution. Sometimes a state might be out of our reach or a county might be out of our reach, but if you have an ecosystem that tends to be relatively self-contained, it could be worth a try, because I think that there's been plenty of cases where you have distinct cultures even within a college, and it doesn't happen overnight, but I do believe it to be possible. And then the lack of structure and accountability that comes in the collegiate setting. You know, there's nobody looking over your shoulder in many cases, and that can be very destabilizing for certain kids who really have relied on that, knowingly or not, in order to get them through what they're trying to get through on a regular basis. So understanding why use occurs is foundational to selecting the best intervention to promote change. And again, this goes for both a macro and a micro level. I am often approached after I give in-person seminars, particularly when I'm talking about vaping and marijuana, by parents who are concerned about their kids and don't know what to do. And you know, they describe the symptoms and they say, like, what should I do? How do I make this change? And the first question that I always ask is, do you know why they're doing it? Because everything else falls out from there. Everything rolls down from there. So ideally, as you're reflecting on your own, what changes you might want to make, or what you're trying to bring back from the seminar to use on your own campus, ideally you should be able to write down why it's happening, at least in the best of your view, or really try to get to that part. Because if you don't have that, then you could take a shot in the dark and very easily miss. So this is NIDA's model for where addiction comes from. And I think that this is a very good start, a launch point for conceptually how to look at collegiate interventions, because it's kind of it applies, although straight up addiction is actually something that might not end up happening depending on the substance until somebody's out, but you can kind of lay the groundwork, kind of like So I actually did do some collegiate drug prevention work when I was in grad school. I worked in the alcohol and other drug office at University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And one of the things that kind of astounded me, I was actually there at the same time that I was working in the substance use treatment center at the Danville VA hospital. And what was so interesting about that juxtaposition was that there was like zero awareness from the college students that you don't just end up, like 52 years old under the bridge with a brown paper bag. It's not like you're just all of a sudden that's where you are. It grows, and what they're doing now is what leads them to that. And I of course wasn't able to to like bring in these alcohol ed classes to go look and be like, look, this is what can happen. Let's look for similarities between you guys, because I think we're going to find a lot. But it really reinforced to me the need to really try to help people understand the path that they're on, and for me to understand and for the caregivers to understand it as well. So basically, addiction comes from a combination of things. At the top of this chart is biology and genes and environment. So this is kind of your nature and your nurture. We're going to get into a little bit more of the environment side today, because that's more of what we can get into. But those lead into whether or not the drug is there. And then the arrows, the reason why those are actually pointing back is that the drug actually also can affect both of those things. It affects your biology, it also affects your home environment. So that actually does flow in both directions. Once you actually come in contact with the drug, that it alters your brain mechanisms, which leads to addiction. I think it's important to note the differences, and I don't have this slide in this deck. I think it would have been useful, but the difference between like social use, psychological addiction, physiological uh, so psychological dependence, physiological dependence, and actual addiction. So like at the very top of this is social experimentation, where it's not something that someone feels like they have to do. It's something that they are definitely choosing to do. Maybe it's not the healthiest choice, but they're choosing. After a while, it might get to the place where they're feeling psychologically dependent on it. Like, I can't go party, I can't go out unless I have a drink or two. Or they're finding themselves looking forward to a drink every day when they come home, or smoking the joint when they get back to their apartment. But if they didn't do it, it's not like they'd go into physical withdrawal. It's something where they've started to condition themselves and they feel like they need it, but their body isn't physically dependent on it yet. Physical dependence, physiological dependence, is when your body is physiologically dependent on it, and that can either come after psychological dependence, or it can actually sometimes even happen without it. A great example of this is someone, like if you have someone who has like a hip replacement or a knee replacement, or gets in an accident, goes on opioids for a while because they need to engage in physical therapy or something like that. If they don't wean off, they will probably go through withdrawal, because their body has habituated to that and has down-regulated the opioids, the endogenous opioids in their brain. But that doesn't mean necessarily that they are addicted to it, and it doesn't mean that they have a psychological dependence. I've worked with folks who have been on a medication for a while and want to come off and do it without any problems. They go through a taper. What addiction is, and that's kind of where we're at here with the brain mechanisms and addiction back on this chart, is when you have a psychological dependency, you have a physiological dependency, and then you usually also have consequences because of those things, but you're continuing to use anyway. So these could be things like you're getting in trouble at your job, your grades are failing, healthy people in your life are distancing themselves from you, you're getting feedback that people are uncomfortable with your drinking, but you're doing it anyway. That's usually when we look at addiction, what we're talking about. You put psychological, physiological together, add consequences, and that's kind of like your quick and dirty way of defining it. We've got all the 13 diagnostic criteria and the DSM. But if you're just going to kind of broad strokes it, that's what you're looking for. Now, the reason why I wanted to make sure that we talked about that was the brain mechanisms actually do come into play towards the end of this. So another element of this, and part of the stigma surrounding substance use, is that there's this idea that substance use is a choice. and that this is something that, or rather that addiction is a choice, and that this is something that if people wanted to stop, they could stop, and that they're actively selecting themselves into this lifestyle. When you are chemically dependent on a substance, it is not like that. For many people, it's actually a form of a living hell. It's pretty awful, and they're not even using to feel good. They're just using to not feel bad or to try to just feel normal. And they feel incredibly trapped, and that they can't tell anybody, and that they're just fighting to survive. When they get to that point, though, as well, their brain really does start to react very differently to cues for the substance, and almost kind of like closes in a protective sort of way, sometimes even in a delusional sort of way. To give you another anecdote, I was running a group. I do run a group on my detox unit every week. And one week I was there was a 28-year-old male there who was there detoxing off of methamphetamines. And he was adamant in front of the rest of this group, who was just, there was like jaws on the floor, but he was adamant about the fact that he could continue to use methamphetamine and hold on to his job and be active in his church and do all of these great things, despite the fact that at age 28 he had already had a stroke and a heart attack. And it just was like, it was like he was living in a complete other planet. And it's not always quite that stark. Sometimes it's a little more insidious. Sometimes it's a little bit more subtle. Um, but the brain really does change, and that's something that can be very difficult to have, like these moments of lucidity where people are ready to make a change and to really capitalize on that. But it is absolutely, there's a biological component to this. It is not purely a brain disease, but by the time it's a physiological problem, there absolutely are brain elements that help lock this in place. So in terms of this model, though, those are the contributing factors. The first half of today, we were talking a little bit more about like route of administration, how it's coming in, the sort of drug. I actually think I meant to highlight the bottom one there, but effect of the drug itself in terms of what's going on there. Where we can intervene a little more now, and this is where the interventions that we're going to look at come from, are predominantly in availability, peer influences, and community attitudes. We can't necessarily impact what's going on inside the body unless we can have an impact on what someone chooses to put into their body, but the environment we can. And so there is an acknowledgement there that we really don't control this whole equation. It's not necessarily ever possible to get the problem down to zero, but at the same time, there are significant gains that can be made by approaching this in the right way. The other element of this that isn't written on here, but that absolutely does lead into, this is a model for the development of addiction. So a lot of these things are framed in more of like a negative sense. So high availability leads to more use, a pro-use peer influences and community attitudes leads to more use. A protective factor against this progression is individual knowledge, skills, and resilience. That's something that's been shown through evidence to block it. So the next step then is to enact evidence-based programs that enhance prevention. And really the emphasis here is on prevention. And this is such a super difficult thing to do because prevention is like not, I guess just the best way I could put it is that it's not politically sexy at all. It's not sexy policy. It takes forever in political terms for it to ever go through. But part of why you don't see huge amounts of money going into things that could have a tremendous ripple effect on this issue or others, like for example, for latchkey kids having more after-school activities or pro-social things, that might even make a difference in how much we see kids falling into gang involvement or drug use to fit in, is because to know the outcome of a program like that, sometimes, particularly if you're talking about early intervention, you might have to wait 10 years. And that's well after any election cycle. So, but it's actually far more economical than trying to treat people when they're sick and dealing with all the problems that comes from that. So it is, I just want to really acknowledge that it is tough to do this. It is tough to get support for this. And we'll talk a little bit more about how potentially a model for doing that in a minute. But prevention really is the key here. How can we go upstream and try to nip it in the bud rather than have to deal with a full-blown problem down the line? So in terms of evidence-based interventions, there are a lot of them, and my first bit of advice would be don't reinvent the wheel. There is so much out there, particularly if you're feeling like you need to either start from scratch or you're looking to make a pivot. There's a lot of great resources out there that are either completely free or not expensive at all. And so we're going to talk about a few of them now. So the first is the SAMHSA resource kit. Again, I recommend clicking on the link or just Google it, look it up. It's 150 pages long. There's a lot of really great information in there in terms of suggestions or angles for different populations and how to reach them. But I should also mention part of the way that I put this part of the presentation together this afternoon was that I reached out to my colleagues. I'm a part of the Society of Addiction Psychology, Division 50 of APA, and I've been a member there for years. And I reached out to my colleagues there and said, hey, so what are you guys doing? Because most of them there are actually in academic settings rather than myself, who's in more of a practice setting. And there were some very, very, very consistent recommendations coming back. And these might be things that you already know. And if they are, then you'll have to please forgive the repetition. But given the topic, I would be remiss not to cover this and to try to make it as accessible as possible. So the big resource is College AIM, the Alcohol Intervention Matrix, although it does seem to also include other drugs along with that. And they've got both individual and environmental interventions in there. So if you're not familiar with this, I'm going to pull it up real quick, show you how this works. So this is the main website, the portal to get into it, but these individual and environmental strategies is where we're going to head right now. The way this works, they've got a really nice graph set up where it's by how costly is the intervention, low, mid, or high, and then how effective is it based on research. And so the ones in here in particular that I heard over and over from my colleagues as being the ones that they appreciated the most were this one, IHEC Up to Go, and Basics. Far and away, those were the two that I heard most often as being what people are doing, and it makes sense. It's the one here that's in the top category. Now, that said, as you're making considerations about what to choose, or decisions rather, there's a lot of things to take under consideration. Moderate effectiveness doesn't necessarily mean bad, and there's a lot of them in here. And again, most of them appear to be pretty affordable. A couple in lower, something just to recognize in terms of the bottom of this list, which might be easy to just pass up, it's worth mentioning that some of these down here are very clear that they're saying alone it doesn't work. So values clarification is useful as part of something else, but on its own isn't very helpful. All of these are like that. And then these ones here at the bottom, too few studies to rate effectiveness doesn't necessarily mean it does not work. You do have to submit to get onto this list. And I think that there's actually sometimes a benefit to thinking new and thinking bold. I mean, just because it's new doesn't mean it's better. But and this is kind of tying into a slide that we're going to get to soon, when you kind of have to gauge the climate of your leadership and what might be accepted depending on how much autonomy you have. But sometimes doing something bold and doing something different makes the sort of splash both with the community and with management that might get you more support to do something that you might not otherwise be able to do. And we're going to talk about digital interventions in just a minute, because I personally think that is the future. And a lot of, I mean, in goodness, this crisis is pushing us towards telehealth in a very immediate way. But even that aside, I think that people's lives are routed through their phones right now. So one thing you'll notice as you look through this is that there's categories, and then each there's specific interventions. So basics, for example, is a brief motivational intervention, or a BMI, and you'll see these categories as you go through. Tool is really, really handy, as well as you select what you want to see, and then when you click on print preview strategies, it actually turns it into a list where you can see everything very quickly. It provides you more detail of what it's about, as well as all of the data that they used, all of the research that they used to place it in a certain spot on that grid. It was also just updated in 2019, so it's very up to date. But again, in terms of the individual interventions, the IHEC Up to Go and the basics were the ones that were cited the most. So those are individual strategies. And again, so the way that they're looking at this is that you can get at these pressure points either by trying to impact the individual and the judgments that they make in different ways. And again, we're gonna dive in a little bit to see what some actual interventions look like in just a minute. But or the environment that they're in. And so the second tab here are environmental level strategies. Now, a lot of these, and they don't show this on the matrix here, but they talk about barriers to actually getting something done. And so a lot of the things that you see on the environmental level strategies, this has more of an overlap with advocacy and politics, which is something that personally I've gotten into quite a lot more lately, and have really seen the benefits of being connected and having a voice and learning where to push to try to get things passed and move things through. But oftentimes it can be difficult, and there might be some pushbacks. Things like restricting happy hours and price promotions. This is a low cost, high effectiveness intervention. This is something that you will get tremendous pushback from the bars about this. As I think I mentioned earlier in this call, yeah, you shouldn't be able to kill yourself with a $5 bill. That promotes risky drinking and binge drinking. But it brings people in, and maybe there's a cover and they're making money off of it, and that's their business. And so that's always the difficulty in politics, and every community is going to be different about that. I remember again at U of I there was a particular group that owned most of these really kind of like dive bars in campus town that were doing this sort of stuff, and they were very powerful on the city council. It was very hard to get anything done. So a lot of these environmental strategies might end up being kind of like a long game, where you look at it, maybe you look through this list and you find ones that seem like they're actually viable given the political climate, given what's going on, and then you actually come up with a plan for how to leverage it into happening. Another thing though, just to that I would recommend reviewing, and if you're not familiar with what these are, really actually like dive into it a bit, is as you scroll down this list, it's very easy sometimes to just be like higher effectiveness, moderate effectiveness. I'm gonna just look up here and I'm not even gonna worry about what's down lower, because why would I want to do that? I think it's useful to look at that as well, particularly the ones where we have no idea if they work, because if you're already trying to do these things or they're going on, then maybe that's not actually where we should be investing our energy. At least it doesn't take it in the wrong direction, but we need to be mindful of that. There's, I guess the best example of that, this isn't with a collegiate sample, but would be the DARE program as it was originally formulated, which honestly, came right back and smacked us in the face and didn't do what we intended. And so it really reviewing where like these actually aren't useful policies, because that's where a lot of this is, like enact noisy assembly laws. It could be worth potentially putting your focus elsewhere. But this is in terms of our discussion that's coming up in a little bit, I really would love to hear more. If you have experience with any of these interventions, you could vouch for any of them, or if you're trying something novel and new. One thing that I will say about this, and I'm always a huge proponent of this, is that I think sometimes we can get sucked into just kind of staying in our lane and only relying on what's come before. And that's useful and important, because we don't want to just be going rogue and, kind of like just running out there and doing what we feel, because that's not how, how we want to be working as a science-guided prevention team. But at the same time, innovation doesn't come from just doing the same thing over and over and over again. And so, again, I know a lot of us are very low bandwidth right now, current crisis notwithstanding, but if you have the ability to do something like that, really consider collecting data and potentially publishing on it. Just to give you another example of a way we're trying to do that here. So my health system is trying to get ourselves in a position where we can dispense naloxone, the antidote to an opioid overdose, we can dispense naloxone out of our emergency department to someone who's at high risk. So this would be someone who is clearly drug seeking for opioids, or has been Narcaned in the field and has been brought in. That is, however, a very tricky process, and very few hospitals in the state have been able to do it so far. And honestly, we've talked to them, and they have not been willing to tell us what they did to get through, to wiggle their way through some of these administrative barriers. So we are going to do it, and then we are going to write an article about how to do it, and then we're going to push it out to all of our contacts in other hospitals across the state, because that's the right thing to do. And it's helpful, and it will save lives. And so I just highly encourage you to try to do the same thing, where I think a lot of times we don't take that next step of saying, how do I make this bigger than just my environment? How do I take my initiative, my action, my ideas, and have them resonate outside of my own community? Because again, they really can, but we do have to pivot our attention outwards to even get there. That is something I should mention again, that can take a little bit of work, but is honestly locally here what I'm known for, is for actually like accomplishing some of these things and then telling people about how to do them. And I just feel very strongly that we have to be that bridge between, like, if you look at College AIM and there's stuff on there that you could be doing, like, make it happen. And if you think you could do something better, make it happen, and then tell us what you did. So the Stanford toolkits, this is something that I was not actually familiar with until about 2 months ago, but they are marvelous. So if you haven't seen these before, if you Google it, you will find them immediately. But one of them is the Cannabis Awareness and Prevention Toolkit. The other one is it's actually the Tobacco Prevention Toolkit, but they have a whole sequence on vape pens. But if we go back to the cannabis toolkit, I mean, it's just really fantastic. So like every single one of these is a big has stuff inside of it. So cannabis and marijuana, the basics, you click on it. It actually gives you an overview, teacher instructions, allows you to, so lesson 1, activity 1, activity 2, activity 3. They've got this thing called Kahoot. It literally is almost like a class. And there's a lot of great worksheets in there. There's a lot of good activities in there that are based in evidence-based principles. So I'm not going to go through all of these tabs right now, obviously, but if you're not familiar with this, please check it out, bookmark it. I've personally just downloaded every single piece of content I could get off of these, because they are fantastic. On the vape side as well, it's again really useful. Where do e-cigarettes and vape pens come from? What's really in them? What's so bad about them? Why does it matter to young people? What can I do about it? Just again, a lot of really good, accurate information presented in a very user-friendly way. So again, highly recommend you check this out, dive into it if you think it could be useful for you. So in terms of how to go at this, the high-risk students are the ones that will be most responsive to norm-based interventions according to the research. So these are first-year students, Greek organizations, and athletic teams. So these are the things where you're trying to help them actually level set more accurately with what's really going on campus, rather than either just being kind of potentially shell-shocked from the transition to college, or in their very like siloed social units. I think, again, casting my mind back to when I was in grad school at UIUC, doing this alcohol ed group, this has stuck with me for so long now. One of the questions we would ask as part of this alcohol ed class for students who had some sort of alcohol infraction was, we'd ask for them all to take a guess on how many drinks they thought the average student at U of I has on any given week. And we would get answers all up and down. And I remember that in one class, there was one person who said 2, and another guy who was a fraternity brother who said 14 was the average for a week for a student. And to me, it was just one of the most stark reminders of, I think I didn't actually get you back to the slideshow. Let me pull that back up. it was one of the most stark reminders of how we really are normed very, like we look at who's around us, and that's where we set our expectations. And so these norm-based interventions, of which there are quite a few in terms of feedback, these are the folks who would be most responsible, most responsive to those sorts of interventions. And then also raise awareness of counseling offered. So what the counseling services that you have on campus. So according to this report, they pulled 40 colleges. Only 1 in 7 students actually knew about the counseling center at school. Not would you go, but did you even know that it was there? And so again, this might already be on your radar, but if there are low-hanging fruits, ways to really get the word out about it, and again, I recognize that right now most campuses are let out for the entire semester potentially, and people aren't coming back until the fall. But particularly given that people might be on edge or trying to recover from what happened, really making people aware. I was actually very surprised to see that the number was that low. And if that's the case at your university, even just doing that would be helpful. Not even necessarily just because of the interventions for substances, but because the number one trigger for substance use, and at least from a relapse perspective, is a very strong emotion, either positive or negative, but particularly negative, and being able to cope with that. So this is again coming in at a foundational level and trying to keep people from turning to numbing out to begin with. So mobile interventions. I do want to talk about this for a bit because the early results actually look very good overall for the people who will actually use them. So it might be difficult sometimes to just give someone a resource and actually have them take it. A lot of times, particularly at that age and in that culture, there is a lot of dismissiveness of substance use and the importance or potential issues with it. But if you can find a way to get some buy-in from students to give it a shot, the early returns on everything I'm about to show you actually is pretty good. And as I mentioned, smartphones are sometimes the best way in. I'm in the next couple of days, it's going to come out. I'm going to get it published either with APA or just with my hospital's blog. But I've written another article on on uh, uh, specific tips for therapists in dealing with coronavirus related exacerbations of psychiatric illnesses. And I list a lot of different mobile tools are something I just believe very strongly in. I think that we are consuming a lot of content in our life through our phones right now, and particularly the younger generation. So if you can find a way to hook them with that, that's potentially going to get that buy-in that they otherwise might not do. So there are a few different types of mobile interventions, and I'd like to actually demo these for you just so that you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. So there's different categories, and I won't go through all the names here, but I've listed the ones that I've seen and do have a relatively good opinion of. So well, it looks like my bullets aren't displaying right. So we're going to start with feedback-based. So iSelf-Change is available for free on both iOS and Android. It is a feedback-based MI tool that actually looks very similar to, it's based on motivational enhancement therapy. So let me see if I can get this going. I'm going to click on my phone, and I'm going to make it the presenter, hit OK, and hopefully that will work. I think it is. And now I'm going to share my screen so I can show you what this looks like. Here we go. All right, we're up. So here's iSelf-Change. Again, I've got an iPhone, so that's what you're seeing here. But I'm going to click on it. This was produced as part of a university project and a trial, essentially, to make sure of its effectiveness. But it's actually just a very straightforward app. So it's walking you through that MET process. So I'll go with men. So my use of alcohol in the past 60 days. So you've got this picture straight out of NIDA in terms of what is a standard drink. I drank. Let's say this is someone who's drinking pretty heavily. So maybe let's say like let's go with 4 days per week, and they're having like 8 on a standard drinking day. So that means they're consuming 32 per week. So now we look down here, where does the amount of drinks, where do I fit in? So I'm looking like, ooh, wow, I'm actually like part of the top 7%. Again, this is a feedback based intervention, really standard MET stuff. So now we go to next, and now we're filling out essentially an audit. So how often? So we can fill this out. It's going to calculate the audit, and then you can look at your audit score and say, okay, well, where am I here? When here's a decisional balance, right? When thinking about weighing decisions, it's talking about what, the decisional balance exercise that comes next. And so here is where you write your most important reason now for changing your drinking, right? This is really standard motivational interviewing stuff. And they're saying here, input data and then take a screenshot, which it's very simple to do on phones. Like an iPhone, you just hold the lock button and tap your home button. It's probably something similar for Android, but so it progresses like this, essentially, and it walks you through this MI progression. This is also available for free from their website, and I can send you in a paper form, rather. It's available for free through their website, so you could have someone just complete this by paper, but this makes it very convenient to fill it out. It gives you those prompts to take a screenshot. It leads you through each phase of this MI-based intervention, and it actually does have some research support behind it. Again, I don't believe that this is straight up basics. I have not actually done basics myself, again, not being in a collegiate environment, but or maybe it's very close, but this does have evidence behind it and is completely free, so might fit into what you're doing. So the next category that I'm not going to pull up my slides right now, just because it'll be kind of cumbersome to go back and forth, is about learning and skills based. So that's another type of program you can get. And so there's a few that you can do with this. The one that I have an active, an active account right now that a demo account I could show you is My Strength. So I'm going to show you that now. There's another one called Silver Cloud that I also think does a great job. But what these do is they provide modules that are pretty short, that are generally based out of CBT, but sometimes there's dialectical behavioral therapy as well, to work on a bunch of different issues. So this one's managing depression, controlling anxiety, reducing stress, improving sleep, managing chronic pain, and then here's begin working on drug or alcohol recovery, if that's what somebody needed. And so you can click on that. There's actually a lot to this app, and this is something that if you were going to use, would be something where you end up basically buying a license for your counseling center that you could then potentially give to all of your patients or clients to use. But there's activities, so first step, and there's videos, there's text, there's some activities that you do here. We won't go through it, but so this is what I would this is so I clicked alcohol, and so now it's bringing me down an alcohol module. But this is an example of a learning or a learning or skills-based module, because it's trying to teach you something through evidence-based treatment. Again, Silver Cloud is another one that I think very highly of. The biggest difference between them is that My Strength is actually designed to be very brief at each time. So so you're going in, and you might finish one of these modules in 5 minutes or so. Silver Cloud is a lot longer in the content. So like the depression pack here, for example, might take like 2 to 4 hours or 2 to 6 hours to complete. The one for Silver Cloud might take more like 20, but they have far fewer things that you can do in there. My Strength is a very broad platform, whereas Silver Cloud is a lot more focused. So I'm here looking at the activities tab just to give you an example, and like they actually have already made one for COVID-19. LGBTQ+, work, caregiving, aging, grief, etc. So suicide and so forth. So this is an example of a learning or skills-based option. The last one that I want to show you, I'm actually going to, we are going to toggle a little bit. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring us back to, actually, let's see if I can just do this from my phone. That would be pretty nifty if I could. So there are text message based programs that actually can provide support. And actually, I'm seeing a question about I self-change addresses only alcohol. Yes, that one is just for alcohol, not for drugs. other drugs. So there are text message based bots essentially that you can hire to interact with folks who are dealing with specific issues or provide them with support. And I've actually found a pretty neat one. I've actually gone through this once already, but let's see here. Actually, you know what might be easier? I will just do this through my computer. So let's go back to WebEx here. I'm going to stop broadcasting. I'm going to go back, apologize for the, or to the WebEx meeting rather. I'm going to make myself the presenter again, and I will get this back rolling. Apologies for the delay. All right. All right, so now we got my my screen here back up. So this is quitting from the Truth Initiative as an example of a text bot. So this is for help with young people between the ages of 13 and 24 who want to quit vaping. And it's not that if you're over 24 you can't use it, but what it does actually is it tailors both the recommendations and some of the slang to be appropriate for the age group so that it's easier to relate to. So you do it by texting ditch Juul to 88709. So we are just going to do that right now, and I'll show you what this looks like. I will say that this is me kind of falling on the sword because now I'm probably going to get text messages for the next month because this is a month-long program. But that is okay. Maybe there's a way to opt out. There probably is. So 88709. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna text that in to 88709, and we're gonna say ditch Juul. Send. All right. Hi. I'm from This Is Quitting, here to help. Reply with your name and age to get started. Example, Joey17. So I want to say this is now the second only time I have ever pretended to be a 15-year-old, well, let's make it a 19-year-old boy. This is not a normal thing for me. All right, and it looks like I can say stop. So I'm gonna say Aaron 19. So that would put me at about college age. Thanks, are you ready to quit? So it asks you to set a quit date. So let's say we want to stop vaping on 3/20/2020. 2020. You guys are witnessing my inaccurate thumbs. All right, or you could say, I don't know, you could, say IDK if you want to. Awesome, so now they've got a set date. So like, what are you using? Juul, Fuse, Sorin, or other? So let's just put in Juul. And again, so now they're gonna send me Juul related texts about this. Love that you shared that with me. Next Q, have you vaped in the past 30 days? What are you using? I'll say both, nicotine and marijuana. Roger that. Would you be willing to chat with the team a bit about your experiences about quitting? So I'm gonna say nope, I do not want to chat with the team. I guess that is an option for someone over 18. No problem, I'll keep it between us. Last question for today. How confident do you really feel? I'm gonna say meh. But that's the last question for today. So what I can't show you then is, oh, there you go. Yeah, we can do it. So they're giving you instructions now. Text cope, slip, or stress for an instant boost. Alaska quitting is going a few times later on. Your answers tell me how I'm doing. And this has been used 70,000 times already. So they're already giving like a first tip about how to prepare. So basically what this text bot does is if you're struggling, you could text cope, slip, or stress. And it'll send you encouraging message or tips. It'll send you generally something every day, first kind of like propping you up and getting you ready for the quit date, and then after the quit date to support you in the change process. So it's pretty good MI stuff, but again, it's written in such a way that it's meant to really interface with you well. So that's one example of a chat bot. There are more if you type, or a text bot rather. I keep saying chat bot. If you go to if you Google and look for other options, I feel like there's more coming every day, and there's also people who are there are also people who have an existing product that they're expanding to something, a different area all the time as well. So it's worth, I almost hesitate to suggest anything else. I was just very aware of that one, so I wanted to show you about that. So if you guys weren't aware of those, just know that those tools are out there. Again, iSelfChange is free. MyStrength and Reset, or MyStrength is not free. SilverCloud is not either. Reset is actually a digital therapeutic. It's something that's prescribed, but it is just for substance use disorders. So if that's something that you're interested in, go check out their website. It's actually very interesting and still a very new app, but it's based on cognitive behavioral therapy and contingency management, if you're familiar with that. So lastly, how do I make it real? Develop and deliver your pitch. So these are going to be just some tips and ideas if you haven't done a project like this before or haven't tried to make change, just some general tips for actually getting it done. So developing and deliver your pitch. This is key, right? Because you have to get buy-in. We can accomplish very little of anything in this in this life, and certainly in these systems on our own. But oftentimes to move systems, we have to create a sense of urgency. There's oftentimes a lot of organizational inertia to keep the status quo if the world isn't on fire. And so although you don't necessarily want to light the world on fire, you do want to it's called the burning platform. Like, you can't stand on this anymore. We have to get off, or something bad is going to happen, or it could be there's an opportunity that we need to take. It's here, and we want to make sure that we do it. But you have to create a sense of urgency. Otherwise, I can pretty much guarantee you that there will be other urgent things that will come first. The second aspect is create a value proposition. So make sure you can very clearly state why this matters, and why this matters to the person whose buy-in you need. Like, you might look at it and feel like you just want to help people. You just want to reduce this use on campus because, A, B, C, and D. But if that's not what the person whose buy-in you need cares about, then you're going to go nowhere. If you need to frame it in terms of cost to the campus and resource to the campus, and or whatever it is, even if we don't necessarily like to put on our business hat when we're talking about clinical issues or people, just be very aware that you got to give someone a reason. And a very convincing one. And if you can clearly articulate that, here's why we need to do something, why we can't stay where we are, here's where I think that we should go, and here's how it's directly going to benefit our organization and maybe even potentially your interests. That is the most convincing argument. If you can align whatever it is that you're doing with the institutional mission, that is also very useful in terms of getting buy-in from senior leaders. So if your university is trying to move in a certain direction that would be, say, consistent with some sort of mobile intervention, or if there's been a lot of buzz in the community about, if there's been like a rise in synthetic marijuana use, or something's been going on, and they know that they want to make a public the display of showing the public that they're taking care of it, try to latch onto those things, because it's much easier to piggyback on initiatives that are being pushed forward by senior leadership than to try to get someone to turn and to care about your idea as much as you do, honestly. Make sure you've got a measurement strategy as well. This is something where, and again, this may go without saying, and I apologize if this is mundane, but if you can't measure it, you can't say that it happened, really. And so if from the beginning you could talk about, here's how I know when this will be a success. Here's why we need to do it. Here's what we're going to do, or what I'd like to do, and here's how I'll know that it's successful. That's kind of like the complete package. So making sure you've got that idea ahead of time. Recruit the necessary stakeholders, and as well as the executive champion. So this is something where it's very useful ahead of time to get someone with the leverage to move a project forward on board and on your team. The vast majority of the projects I've done that have gotten to completion have gotten there because someone with more leverage than myself, I've gotten interested, on board, and passionate about the topic. if you guys have hit this within your own systems, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but try to figure out who are those people, who is the person as well who can provide like the institutional muscle if need be, and then really try to think about how do you get them on board for what you want to do, what would be speaking their language and bringing value to them. So, and if necessary, secure funding. And this is something as well where as you're coming up with an idea of what you want to do, why it's so important to try to align with if you know you're going to need money, where places to get it. So there are a lot of grants, some of them federal, some of them local. If there are local interested wealthy parties, we've had some very large donations locally. Just the other day when I was doing a presentation, someone came up, she lost her niece to an overdose and wanted to be able to contribute a large amount of money to some cause. And so I gave her the name of 3 or 4 nonprofits in the area that would make fantastic use of the funds. This is an issue, substance use and addiction, that there's people who care very much about it because they've suffered from it, or family members have suffered from it, or they've lost family members to it. And so it's the sort of thing where if you can create a situation where they get to use their money to make a difference in something they care deeply about, and you get to make the community stronger, it actually is a win for everyone. So just trying to be aware of who these people might be. If you're not sure who these people might be, it could be useful potentially to reach out to the foundation, the university foundation, who's gathering funds, and see if they'd be willing to share any of their contacts with you. Sometimes they might not, because just to let you into the politics of this, because they want to be the ones to be able to ask for the money, but it's at least a place to start. Departments of public health also are sometimes very open to doing this, as well as nearby treatment facilities. So this is another one of those win-wins for everybody, where if you're looking to do something on campus that's proactive and prevents substance use, local treatment facilities may be very interested in sponsoring that project, as long as they get credit for it, maybe have flyers in a few places, and can kind of be your partner in it, because then likely speaking, particularly if it's a residential treatment facility, like whatever they're investing, they'd probably make back and then some if even one person came and got treatment with them. Residential treatment is very lucrative. So if you're open to it, you can likely find a partner in local facilities like that, because their return on investment for supporting you is actually pretty high. So again, like finding these win-wins where everybody actually ends up happy and getting value out of the partnership is the best way to go about securing funding. You just sometimes have to be a little creative about it. So we are to the point now where we were going to do the information idea and experience swap, but we are also at 2 o'clock. So I propose this. Let's take our break as scheduled, which will bring us to 2:30. And when we come back, let's plan on talking about this. Truly, if no pressure, but if you've got something that you're proud of, if you've got something that you think other people might benefit from hearing, please let's share, and let's take a few minutes to do that. I think we could potentially even take as much as a half an hour and still make it in time to end this portion by I think it was 3:30. What time is it? It's 2. What was our schedule again? I'm forgetting when
3:30.
we stop.
We were
3:30.
shooting,
Okay, great.
yeah, we were shooting for 3:30.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, if we can even take as much as a half an hour and still get done by 3:30, I think. So let's take our break. I'll see y'all in a half an hour, and we'll chat and keep moving forward.
All right, sounds great. And when we come back, Aaron, I do have, there's a question from Jamie in the chat box that.
I think I addressed that one.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry, I didn't see it gone. Okay, all right, not a problem.
Yeah, self change. For anyone who didn't hear, yes, self change is just alcohol, not other drugs.
Okay. All right, we'll be back at 2:30, right?
Yep, 2:30, and then we'll take it home.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you shortly.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I hope everybody made it back. And Aaron, I think we are ready for you to continue.
All right, perfect. Well, I guess let's start by saying, does anybody have any ideas that you'd like to share before we move forward? Something that you think that you're excited about or that you heard that would be useful for us to know in terms of innovative ways to do drug prevention on campus?
Hello? It's Lisa
Hello, yes.
it's Lisa from College of Lake County and also many coalitions in Lake County. And I just wanted to let people know what we have going on up here. Some of them may be things you already know about, but I thought I'd just do a quick listing and then people could Google up and find out more information. So we do have the Lake County Opioid Initiative. We have a HBO documentary that was produced. It's called HBO's Warning, This Drug May Kill You. And it's sometimes difficult to find it out there on the internet unless you have an HBO subscription. But if you can, try to find the full length of version. It's a really good training tool that I'm using in one of our prevention classes, and we're getting really good reaction from it. We've also got naloxone distribution throughout our county with police and school nurses, and that's largely based on the help of Live for Lolly and Lolly's Law, which is now a U.S. law for getting naloxone or Narcan without a prescription. And then we have our Way Out program where we're taking people into inpatient or outpatient treatment, working with their insurance or not, and that's being spearheaded by the Mundelein Police Department. And right now, culturally, we're trying to get some fire departments involved so people will feel better about going in to say they need help at a fire department rather than a police department. We also have United Way that has a 411 service that really leads people to resources. We have LEAD, which is Leading Efforts Against Drugs and Alcohol, that has text to tip. So anybody can text in 24/7 and they will be connected with a licensed clinical professional who can text back and talk with them and help evaluate their situation. And we have our prescription drug drop-off boxes at all of our, or most of our police departments in our area. And we also have our live victim impact panel through Alliance Against Intoxicated Motorists each month. So we're really looking at being a real innovative county up here in Lake County and willing to share anything that we're doing with anyone else who's interested. And I think that's all I have.
That's fantastic, and that is a lot. And thank you for sharing that. You guys really have done a fantastic job up in Lake. Are we going to be able to share emails at the end in case people would like to get in contact with anybody else regarding ideas or how-tos?
We could absolutely do that. If everybody would like to, they could send me that and I can send out an email to everybody registered if you'd like.
Okay, that might just be helpful in case we ever would like to get in contact.
Yeah, build a good network. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, any other thoughts in terms of innovative programs or anything that you think is worth sharing with the group right now? All right. Well, if that's the case, we can keep rolling and finish. So let's see here. We have, I think I need to click this button and this button. And we are back. All right. So we talked about understand why use occurs in the first place and evidence-based programs that enhance prevention. The next topic is watching for signs of misuse. So things to keep an eye on is school functioning. So this is if someone's truancy or they're skipping class, missed appointments or homework, fewer extracurriculars if they're usually involved in clubs or other activities. This is, of course, if you are working with someone clinically or you have a very strong beat on somebody. Obviously, if you don't have that relationship, you'd be harder to see them. So in terms of someone's peer group, oftentimes if they're falling into substance use, you might see old friends fade away and new friends replace them. And this would be a situation where parents might not meet those new friends if the student is living at home. Again, some of these things are hard to see unless you're very close to the person or their parent, but we generally start to see peer groups change as it starts to model essentially on the outside what's going on for the student on the inside. Additionally, in terms of social media, what are they following or posting? This is, again, something more that parents might be able to access, particularly for a freshman who's under 18, or just if they have that access. But a lot of times, social media is a great indicator for what's going on with the student. And then family dynamics, strained relationships, and avoidance. So you combine these, and moody as well. You combine those things with personal appearance and habits that may change. And so these are all things potentially to look for. So a decline in hygiene, burns on fingers or lips, dilated or red eyes, long sleeves in warm weather can be used to hide track marks from needles. Wardrobe changes, what are they trying to communicate with it? Definitely folks in high school, but I would say even in college in particular, are trying to communicate their culture, their inner self with their clothes. It's definitely a form of expression. And so if you've noticed that someone has changed their wardrobe, that's something that might be an indicator. Money irregularities, either someone having too little or too much. Again, a lot of these are things that you have to be close to someone to know as either a therapist or even a parent, but that can either be because, again, they're spending it on the substance, or because they're acting as a middleman and kind of like a low-level dealer. Secretive phone calls where someone's just popping off to make those, leaving to go to the bathroom often. That's something that's for vaping in particular, where people feel like they just need to go, if they need to go and hide that. Changes in sleep habits or energy, having the munchies or sudden appetite, unusual smells, or overuse of scents and gums, mouthwash to try to hide something that they don't want to be found out. And for substance use, multiple areas are generally impacted. If someone's just having a psychiatric or behavioral health concern on its own, you might see some of these things change in terms of school functioning or a friend network changing, but you wouldn't see all of them. And oftentimes if somebody is struggling with substance use, you're seeing more than one of these categories. Like you've noticed something in personal appearance and habits, you've noticed things are tense and stressful at home. It starts to seem like a pattern that stretches over someone's life, because that is oftentimes how the substance use works. And then provide interventions if necessary. So we are not going to read everything on this next page, but I just put it here as an example. So these are the ASAM criteria for placement in treatment. And this is something as well where I think that sometimes college students are, and maybe counseling centers are hesitant to actually put a student into treatment somewhere. I think, again, some of this might be the normalization of excessive binge drinking, where there might be more tolerance for that, and a number of levels in a collegiate environment. Whereas if someone was 45 and doing the same thing, it would be a huge cause for alarm. But there, as I was referring to earlier, people progress their way up a chain of severity. And if someone is truly struggling, if they're getting help from an outpatient therapist and still trending in the wrong direction, it can be very useful sometimes to send someone to get some treatment. And it's important to acknowledge, and again, you may all be very familiar with this, that there are, even an IOP program, which is 3 hours a day, potentially as little as 3 hours a week, can be extremely helpful in turning a corner in terms of dealing with substance use if someone is really struggling with this. Depending on your area, there might be some programs that have evening hours. There are certainly programs that have morning hours, so it could potentially be something that works around a student's schedule. But again, in my opinion, there could be a number of reasons why you might think to go up the chain in terms of acuity level, but I generally just like to look at it from the perspective of, is this trending better or is this trending worse? Or even if it's not getting any better or worse, but where it is severely impacting functioning, it might be worth moving someone up a level, or if they need detox, getting them into detox. So I guess I would basically just put out there not to shy away from that, to be open to having the conversation, and to recognize that it doesn't not necessarily have to even take somebody fully out of school if they're not so acute that they couldn't manage it in an IOP program. But we really want to see that positive trend if we're working with somebody. So these are more things for parents to do. I wanted to include them because I know that some students might be living with parents, or again, if you're in a counseling setting and have contact with parents, these might be recommendations that you could give to them. So one of the big things that I always like to highlight is the importance of rewarding positive behavior and not just punishing poor behavior. So oftentimes, particularly when someone is in college and they are legally an adult, and even if the parents hold some leverage because they're supporting the child financially, the adult child financially, um, rewarding positive behavior is essential for shaping behavior the way you want it to go. This honestly, I don't mean this in any derogatory way. It works the same way with dog training, where you need to you have to reinforce and reward the behaviors that you want to see continue. I think that a lot of times parents get very frustrated with their children who are struggling with addictions for very valid reasons. It's very frustrating to them. Um, However, if people are just kind of caught in this cycle where, things are either not bad or bad, then they can't be good. And even if it's little things such as sharing, if someone was, say, vaping when they didn't want to, instead of trying to hide it, just being truthful about it, things like, whatever the behaviors there that need to be reinforced. There's something that I say a lot also when I'm speaking at schools and to teachers, is that we are not going to punish our way out of the vaping epidemic. Not going to work. Like people, they're too inexpensive. And this gets to the last point. These behaviors are serving a purpose. We have to be able to understand and replace them. So if someone is engaging in these behaviors, using these items, there is a reason for that. Getting back to, I think, the very first bullet point of this particular slide deck, it serves a purpose. And if we can't connect with them over that, talk with them about that, explore alternative solutions with them around that, it's not going to get better. So while certainly, we can't be withholding natural consequences for actions, we also we also have to acknowledge the fact that we've got to go down and pull this out at the root. Otherwise, things aren't actually going to get any better, even if they seem better for just a moment. The last thing that I could have put on here, but didn't, and we'll talk about drug testing in a second, is the concept of enabling. And I think it's really important to talk to parents about what that means specifically, and how to be supportive of their child or adult child without actually reinforcing negative behavior. And so of course, the definition of enabling, and the one that I like to use with parents because it's very clear, is that enabling just simply is that you are allowing your child to continue living in this lifestyle by supporting that lifestyle. Just straight up. That could be by providing someone with food and shelter when they don't have a job and aren't making any good faith efforts to get one. That could be paying bail. That could be fixing a car. That could be continually giving money. That lifestyle would collapse in on itself and be unsustainable if not for you. And it's very important, I think, for parents to know where to draw that line. And certainly if the child is doing what they need to do to lift themselves up and is just struggling, but they're clearly trying and are making progress, that's not necessarily a time to kick someone out to the curb, because they are actually moving in a healthy direction. But just being very mindful and even getting outside feedback if they're moving in the unhealthy direction of just sustaining a behavior that you're basically just prolonging the inevitable. And so home drug testing, this is something, again, this is a recommendation that I push a lot more strongly for minors, and for kids in high school. But again, this is for if a child is living at home, or if there are expectations around their behavior related to substances for continued financial support. Drug testing, although can seemingly be invasive or communicate mistrust actually gives students, again, probably these people on the cusp of 17, 18, that sort of thing, an easy out in terms of how to say no. So one of the drivers of everything that's going on right now with all of these substances at schools is that there's a tremendous amount of peer pressure, either direct or indirect, where people want to be part and don't want to be ostracized or be on the outside. And so if they can have that excuse of, like, my parents are crazy, I have to do urine drugs tests twice a month, or they're making me do this so that I can live at their house, or that so that they'll continue to pay at my be at the apartment. I can't do it. That actually gives them a tool to say no, and the accountability and knowing that that's there can potentially help them in a moment where they might otherwise make a different decision. So again, this is something that I recommend a lot more strongly in high school environments, but I would be remiss to not bring it up here as well. So for the last, one of the last chunks that I want to present to you today, I want to talk about a topic that's another thing that we can do to help change the trajectory of what's going on, not only with colleges, but also just substance use nationwide. So I want to show you guys a picture, and I put up a warning. It's not incredibly disturbing, but it is something that I didn't want to just smack you in the face with. So I'm going to put the picture up now. And because it's going to be difficult for everybody to talk at once, we don't necessarily, let's not actually respond verbally, but you might have seen this picture before. If you haven't, these are two parents who have passed out from heroin use in the front of their car with a very, very scared child in the back, who I think is in the vicinity of 6 or 8. But when I show this picture, I ask, what's your reaction? And oftentimes people have an emotional reaction to this picture. Most often, one of the most common reactions that I hear is anger. Anger at the parents for putting their child in that position, or feeling sad for the child because he's scared and like his parents are are basically neglecting him and abandoning him. Only rarely do I hear any thoughts of sadness or sympathy for the parents in the front and being in what's clearly the end stage of a disease, and where a healthcare system has failed them in all likelihood for them to have gotten this far, because they probably care very much about the child in the back. They probably really love him, but they're caught in something. But that's not oftentimes where people's minds goes. Perhaps this room is different because of how attuned we are to these issues. But a lot of times people's minds don't go there, and that's because of stigma. And this is the last topic that I want to make sure that we chat about today, prior to one brief one at the end. But stigma is an incredibly important topic, and it's something where if we have a platform to message something out, we need to be mindful about doing that. But it's a highly stigmatized condition, but why should it be factually? There's actually no reason for this. It is a behavioral health condition. There's a biological process to it. My theory about this is that others take the behavior personally and then have some transference going on. If we're going to channel our psychoanalytic side here for a second, where say, like if your father was having problems with alcoholism, then you kind of have that anger about what happened there, and that can be something that you bring with you and bring to other environments. Or if it is your loved one, if it's your husband, if it's your wife, you view it as like you care about that more than you care about me. And so you make it personal when it's really not actually meant to be that way, but it creates this anger and it makes people feel like they have to hide. We have pejorative words for the population. So things like addict, junkie, calling people dirty, and this is versus clean, or drug screens dirty versus clean. These are not words that have positive associations. We have violent terms for the act of using, like drug abuse and shoot up. These are very violent, unsavory terms, and we arrest and sometimes incarcerate users. And so the question here is, does society treat addiction like a crime, a moral failing, a simple choice, or is it a complex medical and behavioral problem? And clearly I am of the camp that it is the last option there. But the fact that others view the first ones as part of why we are really struggling to get traction in even equal care for folks who are struggling from this. Stigma really matters. It harms the psychological well-being of users, and actually studies have found that it's more so than for other behavioral health concerns. It impacts our legal system, our medical system, and our legislative system. And this is something where individuals with substance use disorders often cannot advocate for themselves. There are no like lobbyists for like Addicted Persons of America. Like that's just not what they do. Oftentimes they are medically compromised in some way because they're struggling with this disease. And it truly impacts just about everything. Just to give you one example, you guys may or may not be familiar with 42 CFR Part 2, but that's the regulation that makes it so that addiction treatment providers cannot be in the same, there's extra layers of patient file protection, of record protection around that. And so you cannot even actually be in the same electronic medical record as others. So integrated care is the future of healthcare in many ways, where people are working together as a team. And so my entire behavioral health hospital of Linden Oaks actually is in basically a black box away from the rest of the Edward Elmhurst Health Network because of the addiction service line. And none of the behavioral health notes can be seen. None of the addiction notes can be seen. I've actually seen this cause issues in continuity of care before on a Edward Hospital medical floor, when if they had been able to just see when a medication had been administered, they would have been able to make a better decision, but they couldn't because of that firewall. So that's just one example, but there are many. It influences these folks all up and down the line. It also decreases the chance that someone asks for help, and in my opinion, that increases overdose risk. So whenever you hear of parents having found their child overdosed and dead, they rarely were thinking, oh yeah, I knew it was going to happen eventually. It was really sad, but we knew that this was coming. A lot of times it comes as a complete shock, and that's because either it's been completely hidden from their parents that it's happening at all, or there's been some talk about it, but they didn't know it had quote unquote gotten that bad, or that they'd been using heroin or fentanyl, things like that. This is an age where we're talking about just about everything. We're talking about depression. We're talking about suicide. We're talking about a lot of things, but addiction still is this thing that is so hush hush, where we're not talking to parents about it. We're not talking to others about it. That's the stigma. That's the shame. And I'm firmly of the opinion that it's actually literally contributing to killing people right now. It's on us to redefine the narrative of addiction with our interventions, our actions, and with our communication. We are the professionals around this. We work at it from different levels, but we are the ones who have to be advocates to the community. We have to be messaging out something different so that we can lift everyone up along with us. And it's going to be a job, but I've already seen some change. So the number one way, the easiest way that we can move this needle is through adjusting our language. So person first language is critical. So this means people are not, I think this might be my next bullet. No, it's not. People are not a disease. People are people with a disease. And in the substance use field, this is something we have not been doing for a while. So someone has an addiction, they are not an addict. Someone has an alcohol problem or struggles with alcoholism, they are not an alcoholic. This is very commonplace in other medical and parts of healthcare. Like, we are no longer calling people schizophrenics, for example, or that borderline, or the borderline. Like that's seen now as very disrespectful, as it should be, yet we're still calling people alcoholics and addicts. And people aren't realizing the negative connotations that goes along with that. So we need to be very mindful of that. This can be a very challenging shift, though, both for people who have just been saying it for years, and also the people may self-identify as their disease. This is a very common practice in 12-step fellowships. Like, hi, my name is Joe, and I'm an alcoholic, right? Defining yourself by your disease. This is something where if people want to do it, if you're in a position where you could have a discussion about how language shapes our perception of ourselves, it could be a great opportunity to discuss it. But at the end of the day, what's good for the goose may not be good for the gander. but that doesn't mean that the goose can't do it. So if someone really wants to call themselves an addict, really wants to call themselves an alcoholic, you can't, force them not to. And if it's working for them, great. But part of what we found is that it actually increases stigmatizing attitudes towards the person from caregivers potentially, as well as feeling more shame for themselves on average. Again, people will make their own decisions about what works for them, but it's not something that we're encouraging people to do as a standard practice in healthcare. Just to give you, you might have already reflected on this yourself, but that's why super is super now instead of DASA, right? Instead of the Division of Alcoholism and Substance Abuse, it's something that they took the abuse right out of it, right? Substance use prevention and recovery. So that was, in my knowledge, the main reason for that change. That along with being recovery focused. So what are some other things we can do? Eliminate the word abuse. It's been actually shown to increase stigmatizing attitudes even in clinicians, and it makes us view the patients or clients as more personally culpable and deserving of punitive action rather than some sort of therapeutic action. Also, eliminate clean and dirty from dialogue with clinicians, patients, colleagues. It's actually not medical terminology. Like, there are no dirty mammograms, right? That's not how we refer to tests that have a positive result. And although you might say your test was clean, in this context, dirty refers to the person as well as their sample. It's mixed in with something that actually is pejorative. So urine drug screens are positive or negative. People can be sober. They don't have to be clean and sober, right? Because that implies that they're dirty if they have a slip up, and that and many of them will, but that actually just exacerbates their sense of shame and makes it worse. When we start to talk differently, we think differently, and when we start to think differently, society will start to think differently as well. I just want to give one example of how stigma directly impacts. I'll actually give you two. One will be the slides, the other will be just an anecdote. But safe injection facilities are places where you can go. I think many of you are aware of these, but places where you can go to inject yourself with heroin, potentially fentanyl, in a safe and monitored environment. So if someone overdoses, they can be revived. There are generally clean needles here, as well as instructions on how to inject yourself safely. So that you're not spreading infectious disease. This form of harm reduction has been shown to not increase drug use, but it does decrease the spread of infectious disease and lowers mortality rates. And the study where I'm pulling these things from, this was one done in Vancouver, and that yellow dot there in the middle of all that red, it was placed in the middle of a hot spot. And long story short, it dropped it dropped the overdose rate by an incredible percentage. I mean, look at the overdoses. This is within 500 meters of the SIF, was 56 to 30 down to 33. It's like basically a 40% drop. That's outrageous in terms of how efficacious that was. And you'll notice that this came out in this was done between 2001 and 2003. This is not a new study, and so we've known that this has been effective. This has been done a couple more times since then, but it's quite literally the optics of it that people don't want to pay, pay so that those addicts don't kill themselves. Like that's the mentality. And so this has been something that's been literally pushed off by stigma for years. Another one where I've heard this with my own ears. I wasn't able to attend in person, but you may or may not have heard at Haymarket Center, one of the biggest treatment, I think they might be the biggest treatment provider in substance use treatment provider in Illinois, has been trying to open up a location in DuPage County, and we actually desperately need them out here. It's basically like a buprenorphine desert. There's very few places to go, very few beds to send people to, and they have twice now basically been NIMBY'd, not in my backyarded, out of two different towns by people expressing concerns about them being there, and basically what it amounts to is that they're cloaking what truly is just a stigmatizing view of the facility and the patients in what seems like semi-reasonable arguments, but it's all barrier focused rather than solution focused. To give you a peek in how this went down as well. So I was listening to part of the testimony, and one of the witnesses that was brought in was for Haymarket was she was, I believe, like a woman in her late 50s, early 60s, in recovery from alcohol use, and she was basically just talking about how this is important, and like, I live in this community, like, we are not monsters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So someone from the audience comes up and says, "Hey, so you mentioned that you have a granddaughter," and she said, "Yeah," and like her granddaughter's like 20 or something like that. Um, and they said, "Okay, well, how would you feel if your granddaughter was at the Starbucks down the street from this location getting a coffee, and one of the people from the treatment center just came up and ordered a coffee and was standing right next to her?" And it was one of those moments where, she answered the question gracefully, but it was just such a ridiculous question. Like, why would that have any, it was one of those things where, and the person who asked it had no idea that, like, that they had no shame in asking that question, because they don't view those people as the same as everybody else, and that they're dirty, and that it's just a completely inaccurate view of how all of this works. Not to mention, this actually would be basically their neighbor. Like, this isn't like people even shipped out from the city, if that's what they're concerned about. This is their neighbors from their community and surrounding community who are struggling with substance use and don't have insurance. So it was just shocking to see it, and that people were just right out there, and we're just saying it. So stigma around this really is alive and well. If you ever have an opportunity to speak on it, I strongly encourage you to think about doing so. If you have the ability to just have that be part of like a standard assessment, what you talk about, something where you don't have to hide it. This could also be an opportunity potentially to do some advocacy on campus. It's a lot of work to change culture, and we talked about that earlier today as well. But this is an area where we really need it. So the last bit I just want to touch on briefly is potentially coronavirus's impact on college prevention, because as I mentioned earlier, it's so hard to know which way this is going to go. But the current circumstances are raising stress considerably. There's a lot of very, very stressed out people for a lot of different reasons. I was actually speaking, I've canceled, I have a very small private practice that I run. And I canceled my in-person visits because we need to be social distancing right now. And I was checking in with my patients by phone, and one of them, he was in tears because his job has sent him home, and they're not sure when they can reopen because of what's going on right now. And just even the financial pressure is so strong right now. And so I'm sure that there's going to be stress from areas that we wouldn't have even thought of before someone brings it up. But we've got to be ready for that. Now, the other side of this is that, theoretically, this is also potentially lowering social interaction, but maybe not. So I don't know if anyone else saw this photo, but there's been a lot talked about in terms of people still going on spring break. This is a photo of Michigan State of them, still going out and celebrating St. Patrick's Day, which again is profoundly stupid. It's just a terrible thing to be doing. But I see. All right. So anyway, but so we don't entirely know. Like, when I'm thinking about what's going to happen here, given that this probably won't be fully resolved for quite some time, we may see fewer people actually attend these places. We may see there may be impacts on this that we don't know will happen because social interaction goes down, or maybe we've got an even more pressing issue where these flocks of students are getting together and spreading the virus amongst themselves, and that becomes far more urgent than anything related to substances. We'll find out, but my hope is that they will get the message and start acting appropriately so that we can all support each other. And it'll be interesting to see how our community comes out the other side. The adjustments that I was just, again, brainstorming might be useful to think about is to, if you have somebody who's at risk of using substances, to just be very straightforward about the additional risk of maladaptive coping right now. So if someone has a substance use disorder, or this is their go-to, they're going to feel more and more like going to it because their stress is high. And so just putting that out on the table, making it clear that you understand and that you just really have to lean into skills that they've been using. Provide visible and easily accessible healthy coping options is huge. So additional reminders of counseling services, destigmatize attendance as well, make sure people get there. Provide connections to free resources to assist with stress. If you folks are not aware of this, I just wanna make sure that we talk about it today as well. So I'm sure these are not the only two people doing it, but both Headspace and 10% Happier have released free meditations and these are great evidence-based mindfulness meditation tools, but they've released these both online, so you can just literally play them from a web browser, or if you download their app, which is free, um, they've offered all these things within their app also for free. They've also offered free prescription. Headspace has offered free subscription to their full package for anyone in healthcare with an NPI number, as well as anyone working in K through 12 education. So just FYI for that, you can get there through their website. Here's the 10% Happier site, same basic thing where they've they've got free access for healthcare workers, and then they've got all this content on the website, and then also for free in their app. So if you know someone who's interested in mindfulness meditation, or someone if the stress is rising, these are two apps I think very highly of. Again, I'm sure there are others, but I wanted to highlight these for you because I'm familiar with these in particular. So lastly, plan interventions that can be done remotely or individually. And I know this is particularly tough when we're talking about having to educate or influence large groups of people. But if there's ways for people to log in, there's ways to take attendance, that's kind of going to be potentially one of our new normals coming up. So to sum everything up, and I know we've had a long day, but for the second half here, there are many right ways to do collegiate drug and alcohol prevention. So thinking back to before our break, when you go through those individual and environmental lists, there's a lot on there. There's no one right way, and so if you're thinking of making a change, or if you're identifying a problem with a certain subset, browse through there, see what's available. Again, you do not have to reinvent the wheel here. There's a lot of very good options that don't have to cost particularly much. And if you do try something new, make sure you gather data. Mobile interventions show considerable promise, and there are really a lot of them. This isn't even to mention some of the ones that are a little bit less clinical and more just like for the user. So these are things like I think Pacifica is one. There's some that gamify, so like you're earning achievements for doing self-care behaviors. There's other ones like mood diaries, like Mood Notes is one I know for iOS. I think that one's $5, but it's an app where you basically keep track of your mood in a very CBT consistent mood diary sort of way. And then actually, if your mood is poor, it leads you through a quick exercise. So there's just a lot of options back there. If you out there, if you've got some time to just sit down with the App Store and just browse around, download some stuff. Pretty much everything has a free trial. It's worth it because it's something that can travel with the patient when they're not, or client or student. Sorry guys, I'm stuck in my hospital vernacular. But it's something that they can keep using when they're not with you, and that can stay with them and that can help them, which is very valuable. Let's pay attention to our language if you can. I know it's a tough switch for some if you've been saying addict and alcoholic for a very long time, but it really can have a ripple effect that impacts everybody, and changing the culture is what we need to do. The hardest part of any of these projects, though, is turning an idea into a reality, but it is possible. So we went through that list of strategies to try to get an idea off the ground. There are a bunch of great books also for change management, project management, apps and softwares to help with that if you get the green light on something, but it's pretty complex. It doesn't have to all be done with Microsoft Word and Excel. There's a lot you can do to help, and again, change management and this sort of work is a science, and there's a lot that you can learn about that. That said, whatever your solution, make sure to tailor it to your specific location and the current culture and challenges of the moment. That's whether or not it's coronavirus, whether or not it's some sort of cultural idiosyncrasy of your particular area. We tailoring to individual needs is the art of our science, I think, and not getting locked into routes. So it is also what the selling point will be in terms of getting support, and honestly, in my opinion, getting buy-in from the people you're working with. So with that, I will say thank you one more time. It's been great talking with you guys today. I wish I could have been with you in person, but circumstances are as they are. So if you have any questions, final questions for the day, I'm happy to answer them. And when that's done, we'll turn it over to Aisha for the end.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Erin?
I had one more quick comment when you were talking about stigma. Another thing we have going, it's called the Stigma Crusher, and it's a mobile van through Live for Lolly. So it's going around the community and it's distributing safe sex supplies, fentanyl test strips, needle exchange, and things like that. So it's something else people might want to look up.
That's true. I've actually seen the pictures of that on LinkedIn, and that is a fantastic vehicle. And congratulations on that. It's purple and it's fantastic. Speaking of that, by the way, if you're interested, I am very active on LinkedIn, posting articles related to many of the topics that we spoke about today. So feel free to follow me on there or connect with me on there if you'd like. I try to make sure that I only push things out that I think are actually useful. But yeah, and feel free to reach out anytime. I'll make sure that we get the slides out, but my email is just erin.weiner@eehealth.org, and I am at your service.
Thank you. Is there any last comments or questions before we prepare to do closing comments? And thank you, Lisa, again for sharing. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get us closed out for today. A couple things before we leave. I wanted to thank everyone for attending today. And there will be a follow-up evaluation form sent through email within about a week. And we'd appreciate everyone's feedback on the event. Also, certificates would also be sent through email in about 7 to 10 business days. Because of changes in staffing, it could take that long. So hopefully sooner, but just kind of giving you the worst case scenario. Also, we will start tomorrow with another presenter, Michael McNeil, and that will be at 9 a.m. I appreciate everyone coming and have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
Take care, everyone. Thank you as well.